C1429, The Birth of Evil God. Chapter 1429, The Birth of Evil God. 1429, The Birth of Evil God. Why, Your Majesty? That arrogant bastard slew the soldiers we sent again. At this rate, we'll lose all of our spare soldiers to him. The current Supreme General of the Celestial Army reported to the Celestial Emperor. Frustration clenched the Celestial Emperor's teeth together. If not for the diversion of his main army in the heavenly war of immortals and gods, he could have easily crushed Xian. But alas, his only option was to dispatch his reserve forces, as his enemies could potentially change the tide of their war if he weakened his main army even slightly. It's been 6 years since Xian openly defied the Celestial Emperor. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Celestial Emperor had perished to Xian, who was only becoming more formidable with every fight. If I don't take care of this little bastard soon, he'll definitely become a real thorn in my side. The Celestial Emperor wanted to recruit Xian to end the war quicker, but he ended up making Xian an enemy, who now had the potential to prolong the war. The realization that Xian could be the catalyst for his downfall drove the Celestial Emperor to the brink of madness. How dare mere city lord defy me? The Celestial Emperor. Supreme General, I don't care what it takes or how much you dirty your hands. I want that bastard to despair. I want him to regret defying me. While you distract him with some soldiers, sneak into the city and remove his loved ones from existence. The Celestial Emperor roared, his eyes bloodshot. As Your Majesty commands. The Supreme General did not have an ounce of hesitation within his voice despite being given such an order. The following month, 10,000 soldiers arrived at the city of Xian, looking more ominous than ever. When Xian saw this, he immediately left the city to confront them as usual. Of course, he left behind some soldiers to guard the city and his beloved wife just in case. Unfortunately, the Supreme General was an existence that even Xian's strongest soldiers had no hopes of defeating in a group. Thus, the Supreme General sneaked into the city of Xian without alerting anyone, located Xian's living quarters, and silently killed all of the soldiers guarding it before entering the building. Inside, a woman sat on the bed, silently caressing her round stomach that looked like it was about to burst at any moment. "Who's there?" Xiaomei was immediately alerted when the formation around the building was suddenly destroyed. The door to her room was kicked down the next second, and a figure soaked in blood casually walked inside, his weapon still dripping with blood. Who are you? Xiaomei could instantly tell at a glance that she was no match for this individual, and that she had no hopes of escaping. "I am your executioner," said the Supreme General in a cold voice. "Why are you doing this?" She asked. "Because your husband offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, and now he will pay the price for defying His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor." Despite her seemingly helpless situation, Xiaomei did not let fear control her and even smiled. "I'm surprised it took you so long to come after me." "Humph." The Supreme General coldly sneered as he slowly approached her. The Celestial Emperor's decision to dispatch the Supreme General to the city of Xian during a critical juncture of the heavenly war of immortals and gods risked their current advantage in the conflict. Yet, the Celestial Emperor deemed Xian to be threatening enough to take such a risk. This is also why the Celestial Emperor only ordered the Supreme General to assassinate Xiaomei, since he wouldn't be able to kill Xian without revealing his presence there to their enemies. I'm truly sorry, my darling, for being such a useless wife and mother." Xiaomei knew that fighting back or trying to escape would only be futile effort, so she used what little time she had left to think of Xian and recall all of the time they'd spent together. Meanwhile, when Xian sensed that the formation around his house had been destroyed in the midst of his fight with the Celestial Army, he, without any hesitation, abandoned the battlefield for the first time in his life as a soldier and rushed back to the city. "Please let me make it back in time." He prayed inwardly until he returned home. When he arrived, he ignored the corpses that surrounded his house and immediately went inside the building. "Xiaomei, are you okay?" Xian shouted as he rushed to her room. However, His movements froze when he reached the entrance to her room. Standing outside the broken entrance, he could see the horrific scene inside the room. There was blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls, ceiling, and furniture. And in the center of this room was a lifeless body that had its limbs severed. However, the true horror lay in the grotesque sight of the boda's stomach, savagely cut open and ripped apart to reveal the small, helpless figure nestled within. Seeing this gruesome scene, Xian fell to his knees with a loud thud, his face filled with shock and despair. Xiaomei, eh. Xian released an inhuman cry that shook the entire city. Tears filled his eyes and flowed down his face like two streams during a rainstorm, quickly turning into blood a few moments later. Suddenly, Xian stopped moving and collapsed into the puddle of blood beneath him. However, he hadn't lost consciousness. In fact, he was wide awake, and something mythical was happening inside his head. Memories of a life that he didn't recognize were flowing into his mind. Sometime later, Xian slowly pushed himself off the floor, muttering in a low voice, Tianyang, Huang Shaoli, Shura, as clarity returned to his mind. Xian's fury surged like a tempest, his fists clenched so tightly that the bones within shattered under the force of his rage. Overwhelming killing intent and bloodlust emanated from him, so intense that it materialized into a thick crimson fog, shrouding the entire city in its ominous embrace, and his once brown eyes now glowed with a menacing red hue, as if they had been soaked in fresh blood. Celestial Emperor, I will not rest until I slaughter everyone around you and bathe in your blood. Thus, the one who would soon terrorize the divine heaven as the evil god was born. C1433 Tian, Xian's Wrath. Chapter 1430 Tian, Xian's Wrath. 1430 Tian, Xian's Wrath. After experiencing the most traumatic event in his life, Xian recalled his previous life and regained all of Tianyang's memories. Once again, I was unable to protect my beloved, Xian muttered in a dazed voice as he left the building. When Xian walked outside, the crimson fog that shrouded the entire city like a blanket began thickening to the point where visibility was reduced to near zero, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone without divine sense to see beyond a few inches ahead. Furthermore, the bloodlust coming from Xian was so immense that it suffocated everyone in the city, knocking many citizens unconscious, especially the mortals. This sudden and ominous phenomenon terrified all of the citizens, as it looked like doomsday had arrived. Xian ignored the chaos within the city and turned to look in the direction where the Celestial Emperor's soldiers were still engaged in a fierce fight with his own army. He flew into the air and soared toward the battlefield the next instant, leaving behind a trail of bloodlust that scattered in every direction, quickly covering the sky and causing the world to darken. Meanwhile, on the ongoing battlefield, the Celestial Army was slowly pushing back Xian's army after his sudden disappearance. Where's the City Lord? I don't know, but he suddenly took off with a nervous look on his face, and I have never seen such anxiety from him before. I'll look at the sky. What's that? One of the soldiers there pointed at the red sky when he noticed it. It didn't take long before nearly every soldier on the battlefield noticed the red sky, looking like someone had painted it with blood. That's killing intent. I have never seen such bloodlust before. I didn't know killing intent could materialize in such a manner. How much killing intent does it require to cause such a phenomenon? I would be more worried about the person exhibiting such bloodlust. The very next moment, a silhouette appeared in the distance. However, everyone was too distracted by the red sky to notice him. In the blink of an eye, this shadowy figure arrived at the battlefield and hurtled toward the battlefield without any pauses in alarming speed. Before anyone could react, the figure dove headlong into the ranks of the Celestial Army, shattering their formation in an instant. What the hell was that? Someone just invaded our formation. They must have a death wish. As Xian breached the rear lines of the Celestial Army, He found himself encircled by thousands of foes on all sides, with no allies in sight. However, this worked in Xian's favor, as this allowed him to go on a rampage without needing to worry about harming his allies by accident. After all, in Xian's enraged current state, discerning friends from foes was a luxury he couldn't afford. The moment Xian landed on the ground, he immediately started swinging his silver spear like a madman, killing everyone around him. Due to his immense killing intent that blocked the soldiers' views, they were forced to use divine sense to locate him. Moreover, the shocking amount of bloodlust caused even these seasoned warriors to freeze, hindering their movement and allowing Xian to kill them without any retaliation. The celestial army sent as a decoy became the first ones to experience Xian's wrath. As Xian killed everyone around him without discrimination, the soldiers' limbs and flesh flew all over the place, causing the sky to rain blood and human flesh. Oh, where the fuck did this monster come from? It's Xian. The god of war is back. What? But why is he in our rear formation? His army is on the opposite side. I don't know what's going on, but we need to focus on him first. Once we kill Xian, the others will fall like flies without their commander. When the celestial army realized Xian had returned and even found himself amidst their ranks, they halted their advance toward the city of Xian and swarmed him like a colony of ants confronting a foreign intruder. Xian's army was left dumbfounded and puzzled when their enemy suddenly turned around and started running away. Wait, where the hell do you think you are going? Hold on, I can sense a disturbance in the direction they are running to. This is the city lord's spiritual energy. He's finally returned. But why is he so far away from us? Who cares about the reason? We need to back him up. Thus, Xian's soldiers started chasing after the celestial army when they also realized that their commander was fighting the enemy by himself. Omicron however, when they could finally witness the scene of Xian slaughtering the celestial army like a mindless barbarian, the soldiers were left aghast, even terrified by his appearance. That's our city lord. He looks like a different person. What happened to him in the short amount of time that he left? Even I have never seen him like this before. Dong Yi said in a dazed voice as he watched Xian slaughter the enemy with a look of profound admiration on his face. Dong Yi has always admired Xian, but there was something different about the current Xian. Unlike the dignified and gentle nature he was familiar with, Xian currently gave off a barbaric, ruthless, and almost inhuman feeling, similar to that of a wild beast. No, even wild beasts would not be so vicious. He's more like an evil being, one that was born out of pure malice. An evil god, Dong Yi muttered, feeling unfathomable reverence toward Xian's new appearance. Xian's soldiers were perplexed once they saw Xian's current appearance. They were unsure whether they should rush to his aid or hold back, considering his overwhelming aura of killing intent and the chaotic situation on the battlefield. Some hesitated, torn between their loyalty to Xian and their fear of the dark energy emanating from him. I have a feeling that we'll also be killed if we interrupt him right now. Does he even need our help? It looks like he can deal with their entire army by himself. Just what in heaven's name happened to the city lord during his absence? His eyes even turned red. Was he bewitched by some kind of evil technique? That would explain his behavior, sort of. C1433 Creation of the Shadow Army. Chapter 1431 Creation of the Shadow Army. 1431 Creation of the Shadow Army. The more Xian's army watched him massacre the celestial army, the less they wanted to interfere. In the end, his soldiers could only stand in the distance like a group of stone statues and watch as piles of corpses quickly formed into mountains. An hour later, Xian lowered his spear after killing every single soldier from the celestial army. Some of the soldiers tried to escape toward the end of the battle when they realized that he was unkillable, but Xian chased after each and every single one with a profound movement technique that he never displayed before until today. As Xian stood in a sea of blood and beside mountains of corpses, he held a dazed look on his face. He stared at the red sky, with his blood soaking every inch of his body, looking like he had just jumped into a bath filled with blood. Despite the carnage he wrought upon the Celestial Emperor's soldiers, Xian found no satisfaction in his actions. His bloodlust remained unquenched, soaring skyward like a relentless tempest, leaving him feeling no better than before. His soldiers remained distant from him, fearing that he might attack them if they got too close. However, a fearless individual eventually approached him and kneeled before him in the sea of blood. "My lord, what are your commands?" Dong Yi asked. After a moment of silence, without looking away from the sky, Xian muttered in a low voice, "I'm stepping down from the position of city lord, as I have to leave for a long, long time. I don't know when I'll be back, if I ever will. Dong Yi, I will leave the military and the city in your hands. But, my lord, don't follow me." Before Dong Yi could even finish his sentence, Xian flew toward the red sky and disappeared into it. Dong Yi was left speechless. He wanted to chase after Xian, but he didn't dare to defy Xian's order. In the end, Dong Yi could only relay Xian's words to the other soldiers. The city lord left his position and won't return? What will happen to the city of Xian now? What about our military? Where did the commander go? Why did he suddenly abandon everything? Although these soldiers were filled with questions, they eventually understood the situation when they returned to the city and saw the scene at Xian's house, who left in a hurry and never got the chance to clean up the mess at his house. Dong Yi and the others were overwhelmed with sorrow and anger when they saw the gruesome scene inside Xian's house. Most of them were familiar with Xiao Mei and treated her as though she was a goddess, so one could imagine the shock they received when they saw what had happened to her and her unborn child. Unable to leave Xiao Mei in such a state, Dong Yi and the others gave her a proper burial and even held a mass funeral for her. Many hoped Xian would show up during the funeral, but alas, he was nowhere to be seen. After the funeral, Dong Yi and the rest of the army gathered to discuss their future. The commander is most likely fighting the Celestial Emperor and his army all by himself right now. He left everything behind because he didn't want us to be targeted as well. Damn it! How could we let such a thing happen to the city lord and Fairy Xiao after everything they've done for us? We are so fucking useless. Isn't there anything we can do for the city lord? I refused to sit still after what happened. After hearing the soldier's complaint, Dong Yi stepped forward and spoke in a grim voice. "I have a suggestion," he continued. "I am going to assist the lord in his revenge. As powerful as our lord may be, he cannot deal with the Celestial Emperor by himself. If you want to come with me, raise your hand. Otherwise, you may leave, as this will likely result in our deaths." The very next moment, every soldier who had fought alongside Xian raised their hands, their faces filled with determination. Someone then spoke. "But how can we assist him? We're all too weak, and the commander had specifically told us not to follow him." Dong Yi closed his eyes and pondered for several minutes before responding. "Indeed, we are too weak to do anything to the Celestial Emperor right now. However, things will not remain this way forever. Moreover, there are several ways to assist the Lord without letting him know." "That sounds good. I'm all for it. Then starting today, we'll move in the shadows and assist the Lord from a place he cannot see. We shall become the Shadow Army. Yeah, down with the Celestial Emperor and his lackeys. For the city lord. For Fairy Xiao. For their child." This moment marked the birth of the Shadow Army, evil god's most fearsome and mysterious army that would play a massive role in helping Xian defeat the Celestial Emperor. Moreover, following Dong Yi and others' revelation of the dire circumstances to the rest of the city, the citizens rallied behind the cause, offering their unwavering support to the Shadow Army. The city of Xian, once the home of Xian, now served as the bedrock for the establishment of the Shadow Army. Together, they forged a network to gather information and resources to support the fight against the Celestial Emperor, eventually becoming Divine Heaven's most formidable and largest information-gathering network. Since Xian left the city of Xian and started hunting down the celestial army throughout the divine heaven, the celestial emperor stopped paying about them, allowing the city to grow without much hindrance. While many have tried to claim the city of Xian for themselves after news of Xian's departure spread, the Shadow Army made sure to keep the place untouched for Xian's return. Despite the absence of Xian, the Shadow Army remained as a formidable force, composed of veterans and prodigies who had been meticulously trained by him. United by a newfound purpose and vision, they continued to grow stronger with each passing day, fueled by their unwavering determination and commitment to their cause. C1432 Heaven's Defiance. Chapter 1432 Heaven's Defiance. 1432 Heaven's Defiance. Watch out. It's Xian, the evil god. One of the celestial army's soldiers cried out loud in a terrified voice when he noticed Xian's figure approaching their formation from a distance, carrying with him enough killing intent to scare even ghosts. Fuck. WHYD, he have to show up now of all times. We were beginning to push back those Heaven's Defiance bastards. Another soldier cursed out loud. There's no way we can deal with the evil god and Heaven's Defiance at the same time. We're screwed. The forces opposing the Celestial Emperor in the heavenly war of immortals and gods adopted the name Heaven's Defiance as a symbolic gesture, implying their defiance against the Celestial Emperor who claimed to represent heaven itself. As for the title Evil God, nobody seemed to know the origin of such a name, but quickly spread throughout the divine heavens, becoming widely recognized and associated with Xian, who was once known as the god of war. When Xian arrived at the battlefield, wielding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he immediately began slaughtering the celestial army like a madman. Oh shit, the evil god has appeared on our battlefield. We need to retreat before our own people get caught up in his bloodbath. Thank the Lord. If he hadn't shown up, we would have been in grave danger. Those from Heaven's Defiance, without hesitation, withdrew from the battle when they noticed Xian's presence on the battlefield. After all, Heaven's Defiance had already attempted to fight alongside Xian during their initial encounter. However, his relentless assault showed no regard for friend or foe, resulting in casualties among their own ranks. Despite suffering losses at Xian's hands, Heaven's Defiance refrained from seeking retribution and even tried to assist him on several other occasions. They recognized that targeting Xian would be counterproductive. After all, he was cutting down the celestial army at a rapid rate by himself and was their best hope of defeating the celestial emperor. While Xian chased after the scattering celestial army, Heaven's Defiance worked on stopping the celestial army from escaping. Ha! Where do you think you're going, celestial emperor's dogs? You think you can run away now? Look at you pathetic bastards. What happened to your arrogance from a minute ago? You have been shaking in your boots since the evil god showed up. Those from Heaven's Defiance laughed and mocked the celestial army soldiers for their cowardice as they prevented the celestial army's escape, allowing Xian to slaughter them at a much faster pace. Eventually, Xian erased the celestial army from existence. After taking care of the celestial army, he immediately left the scene to find the next battlefield with the celestial army's presence, completely ignoring those from Heaven's Defiance. As for Heaven's Defiance, they could only silently admire Xian as they watched him leave. In their eyes, Xian appeared out of thin air one day and started slaughtering everyone working for the Celestial Emperor or had worked for him at one point. It didn't matter if they were the active Celestial Army or some small family that once worked with the Celestial Emperor 100 years ago. He hunted everyone affiliated with the Celestial Emperor without exception. Fuck, that fucking son of a bitch, Xian, has been wreaking havoc throughout the divine heavens and slaughtering my people nonstop for the last 100 years. How's he still alive? Explain yourself, Supreme General. The Celestial Emperor roared with an enraged face, his gaze staring daggers at the Supreme General, who was soaked in cold sweat. The Supreme General, trembling in his boots, spoke in a nervous voice, Your Majesty, I truly don't know what is happening. Xian was nowhere near this powerful when he was still a city lord at the city of Xian. His rapid growth and newfound power are far beyond what anyone could have anticipated. No matter what we throw at him, he somehow always manages to escape. Moreover, he never stays in one place. Even if we know he'll hunt down our allies, it's near impossible to predict his actions. Even though it's been 100 years since Xian left the city of Xian to hunt down the Celestial Emperor and his allies, he has long attained a level of cultivation that typically requires geniuses hundreds, if not thousands, of years to achieve even marginal progress. So the way he's growing like he was still a spirit lord did not make any sense. Xian's progress was simply unprecedented and unfathomable in the Supreme General's eyes. Bang! The Celestial Emperor suddenly smashed his jade table into tiny pieces and shouted, "I didn't ask for excuses, Supreme General. I asked why that fucking bastard is still alive. If you cannot do your job properly, I will have you replaced immediately." The Supreme General was horrified by the Celestial Emperor's words and the looming threat of being replaced, and he quickly kowtowed on the cold floor. This useless subordinate was wrong. Please give me another chance to dispose of Xian. This will be your first and last warning. Get out of my sight. The Celestial Emperor stomped his feet, causing the entire building to tremble. The Supreme General wasted no time and swiftly left the room, his mind consumed by the urgent task of hunting down Xian. In just a mere century, Xian had inflicted more damage upon their forces than Heaven's Defiance had managed to do in the past millennium, and he was working mostly alone. I refused to let my tens of thousands of years of hard work vanish because of a single individual. The Supreme General no longer held back and started sending his elite soldiers to hunt down Xian. Unlike the ordinary soldiers of the Celestial Army that were at most golden immortals, these elite soldiers were all real immortals between the true immortal realm and God Ascension realm. C1433 Cat and Mouse. Chapter 1433 Cat and Mouse. 1433 Cat and Mouse. With 100 elite soldiers at his command, the Supreme General wasted no time, setting off immediately on his mission to hunt down Xian. Among these elite soldiers, 80 were at the true immortal realm, 15 at the first-level God Ascension realm, and the remaining 5 at the second-level God Ascension realm. At that time, the strongest cultivator was only at the 5th-level God Ascension realm, so one can imagine the immense prowess of this elite army compared to the ordinary soldiers, who were at most golden immortal level. As for Xian, he was only a true immortal at this time, so it was overkill to send so many powerful experts after him. But the Supreme General couldn't care less and wanted to get rid of Xian without giving him any chance of survival. However, even though the Supreme General had such a powerful army at his command, they still had to find Xian first. Due to the immense size of their world, the divine heaven, it would take hundreds if not thousands of years to travel around the world, even with the help of flying treasure. Hence why Xian hadn't been caught after 100 years of carnage, as he would immediately leave after killing his enemies. Moreover, Xian was only a single individual, which made it even harder to track him down. The Supreme General could only show up to witness the aftermath of Xian's carnage, then attempt to predict his next destination and hope to close their gap, but with battles between the Celestial Emperor's supporters and Heaven's Defiance occurring in hundreds of locations around the world, it was easier said than done. Whenever Xian's sixth sense alerted him of imminent danger, he would immediately halt his killing spree and hide for several years to enter secluded cultivation, further increasing his strength and making it even more difficult for the Supreme General to catch him. This tricky cat-and-mouse game between Xian and the Supreme General would last for another 300 years, until Xian broke through the true immortal realm and entered first-level God Ascension. Once Xian entered the God Ascension realm, he became much bolder and started attacking the Celestial Emperor's forces even more frequently. Who are you? Why are you attacking our goof family? Do you have any idea who you're messing with? We have the Celestial Emperor's backing. Have mercy. Please, spare my children. Monster. You are not human, you monster. Xian ignored their screaming and slaughtered all of them without any mercy, regardless of their age or gender. Once Xian left the Gu family's household without leaving a single person alive, he lingered in the place for a moment to uproot the entire building, something he hadn't bothered doing before. Fuck, what the fuck are they doing? The Celestial Emperor blew a massive hole in his room after receiving news of the Gu family's destruction. For the past 300 years, he had endured the relentless onslaught of news reporting the annihilation of his allies by Xian, each report tearing away at the fabric of his power and influence. As for the Supreme General, he didn't dare to return to the Celestial Palace without Xian's head in his grasp. So he's been absent for 300 years, and his absence left a conspicuous void within the ranks of the Celestial Army. Meanwhile, when Heaven's Defiance learned of his absence, they immediately became more aggressive and daring, further complicating the already challenging situation for the Celestial Army. After another 200 years of no results, the Celestial Emperor called back the Supreme General. You are fucking fired, you useless piece of shit. I gave you 500 years to hunt down a single man, and what have you accomplished in 500 years? Absolutely nothing. The Celestial Emperor slapped the Supreme General so hard he fell on the ground. However, the Celestial Emperor didn't stop there and started kicking and stomping on the Supreme General while he was still down. Even though the Supreme General was an immortal, he didn't dare to retaliate against the Celestial Emperor and accepted the beating without uttering a single sound. This useless subordinate has failed your majesty, the Celestial Emperor. I don't deserve my position. The Supreme General immediately got on his knees after the Celestial Emperor stopped beating him. Scram! The Celestial Emperor shouted at him. Excuse me. The Supreme General immediately left. After leaving the Celestial Palace and going somewhere far away, the Supreme General unleashed all of his built-up anger on a random city, killing thousands of innocent mortals. Xian, this is all your fault. I, MORU, swear to hunt you down until my last breath. After destroying an innocent city, MORU resumed his hunt for Xian alone, hoping to regain the Celestial Emperor's trust and his position as the Supreme General with Xian's head. 1,000 years later, MORU finally encountered Xian. However, it wasn't because MORU had successfully hunted down Xian. In fact, it was the other way around with Xian hunting down MORU. I have finally found you, evil god. MORU's entire being trembled from excitement after seeing Xian. Because of you, I was removed from my position as Supreme General. Because of you, the Celestial Emperor tossed me aside. You will regret ever challenging the Celestial Emperor today. Xian remained silent. Suddenly, as though a tempest of rage had been unleashed, a titanic wave of bloodlust surged forth from Xian's body, enveloping the heavens and the earth in its oppressive aura, spanning a vast expanse of 100 miles in every direction. And as if in response to his immense emotions, the very fabric of the heavens seemed to tremble, unleashing torrents of red and black lightning that crackled and danced ominously in the skies above. In a voice that seemed to chill the very air around him, Xian muttered with a tone that could freeze the blood in one's veins and even raise the dead, his eyes ablaze with a profound and unsettling glow, like smoldering embers in the darkness. I have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years. C1434 Confronting the Supreme General. Chapter 1434 Confronting the Supreme General. 1434 Confronting the Supreme General. I have been waiting for this day for over 1,000 years. Xian could only control his anger for a few seconds after encountering MORU, barely enough time to utter these words. After Xiao Mai's death, Xian spent 200 years venting his anger on the Celestial Army and the Celestial Emperor's allies. Once his anger was slightly relieved, enough for him to think clearly, he spent another 100 years trying to find the culprit who killed Xiaomei. Unfortunately, he had slaughtered all of the soldiers Mo Ru had sent to distract him, so there was nobody left alive besides the Celestial Emperor who could identify Mo Ru as the killer. Yet, the Shadow Army, whose power and influence have been growing over the course of 3 centuries, somehow unearthed the truth that the Supreme General, Mo Ru, bore responsibility for the death of Xiaomei. When Dongyi learned of this information, he immediately sought out Xian to relay this information. Of course, since Xian was always on the move and sometimes hiding in seclusion, it took some time even for the Shadow Army to find him. In fact, if the Shadow Army had been even slightly less competent, they would have suffered the same fate as Mo Ru and the Celestial Army. One could even say that without Dongyi, who had spent hundreds of years by Tian Xia's side as his right-hand man, they would have never found Xian. When Dongyi found Xian and revealed the information about Xiaomei's killer to him, Xian's somewhat subdued anger spewed out like a volcano during an eruption after decades of slumber. However, Xian was still too weak at that time to defeat Mo Ru, so he focused on training and improving his cultivation. He slaughtered the Celestial Emperor's allies as training and plundered their wealth, using it to further increase his own prowess. This went on for hundreds of years until Xian was confident that he could defeat Toy with Mo Ru. The first thing Xian did was seek out Dongyi for the Shadow Army's assistance, helping him find Mo Ru. "You took the words right out of my mouth, evil god. Do you have any idea how much I have suffered because of you? I was made a fool in front of those around me, and even the Celestial Emperor tossed me aside. How dare you make me suffer such humiliation?" Mo Ru shouted like a crazy old man as he pointed at Xian with 2 fingers. "Suffer? You call that bullshit suffering?" Xian muttered in a cold voice, his gaze sharp enough to pierce even steel. He pointed his sword at Mo Gu and continued, "For killing my wife, I shall teach you the true meaning of suffering." "Ha ha ha. You mean that pregnant bitch? You should have heard the way she screamed when I sliced open her stomach and showed her the baby. I have never heard anything as thrilling." Mo Ru laughed like a madman. Hearing such words, Xian released a beastly roar that sounded like a dragon. His body began emitting a golden glow until it engulfed his entire body like flames. Mo Ru immediately stopped laughing, even choking on his own saliva after seeing the tremendous change in the atmosphere. Xian waved his black and red sword viciously, instantly splitting the heaven and earth before him in half. Seeing this, not even Mo Ru, who was at 3rd level God Ascension, dared to confront such a powerful attack head-on, so he quickly dodged it. Where the fuck is this bastard pulling out so much power from? Mo Ru cried inwardly when he sensed the violent and overwhelming spiritual energy contained within Xian's normal sword swing without any techniques. Xian was only at the 2nd level God Ascension, yet he displayed prowess that surpassed even the strongest cultivator in the world who was at 5th level God Ascension, the Celestial Emperor himself. Moreover, the golden aura that covered Xian's body made every single cell within Mo Ru scream in terror, almost as though they instinctively knew how dangerous it was. After unleashing his first strike, Xian immediately swung his sword again before even confirming that his first one had struck or missed Mo Ru, as if he already knew. Mo Ru hastily dodged the incoming attacks and started retaliating, throwing powerful martial techniques that could easily erase tens of thousands of miles of divine heaven if it landed. However, Xian used his black sword to effortlessly cut down any technique that was thrown in his direction. What? How is he cutting my immortal chi like it's ordinary spiritual energy? Mo Ru felt his world turning upside down after witnessing something incomprehensible. "I refuse to believe you'll also cut down my celestial chi," Mo Ru shouted before exuding a divine and godly presence. When the animals, spiritual beasts, and even insects within a 100,000-mile radius sensed Mo Ru's celestial chi, They all instinctively lowered their bodies and bowed toward his direction. After attaining immortality, cultivators gain mastery over immortal qi, a force that can overpower any non-immortal. However, upon reaching the God Ascension realm, they ascend to a level where they can sense and wield celestial qi, a power that eclipses even immortal qi. Xian released a disdainful snort as he countered Mo Russ' celestial qi with his own. The clash between their energies resulted in a colossal crater spanning 20,000 miles around them. Naturally, everything within the crater had been completely erased from existence. The potency of celestial qi was such that even a true immortal would perish if struck by it. However, due to the immense energy required to wield celestial qi, it could only be utilized sparingly. After just using celestial qi once, Mo Ru was already soaked in sweat and panting heavily, something that typically never happens to those who reach the God Ascension realm. Yet, Xian remained unfazed, his breathing calm and steady. Mo Russ' countenance darkened as he realized the vast disparity between their prowess, prompting him to contemplate possible avenues of escape from his dire predicament. Xian, who had been on the battlefield for most of his life, acquired the ability to tell when his enemy had given up and wanted to escape at a glance, so he could read Mo Ru like an open book at this moment. Ha ha ha! Xian suddenly started laughing in an eerie manner, his voice sending chills down Mo Russ' entire being. We've barely just fought, and you're already thinking about escaping? I understand why the Celestial Emperor sent someone like you to assassinate a helpless mother now. Turns out you're one cowardly son of a bitch. Mo Russ' face flushed red with anger after hearing Xian's insult, yet he didn't utter anything back, merely staring daggers at him. Xian suddenly stopped laughing and continued with a truly grim expression on his face. Let's see if you'll still dare to leave after seeing this. Dongyi, he shouted. Dongyi appeared next to Xian the very next moment. But he was not alone, as he had a woman within his grasp, her presence clearly against her will. When Mo Ru saw the face of this woman being held captive by Dongyi, his face twisted in shock and anger, almost as if he had eaten a group of live flies by accident. Chapter 1435 Unhinged, 18+. Chapter 1435 Unhinged, 18+. 1435 Unhinged, 18+. Reader's discretion is advised. Mature content ahead. _______. You can escape if you want, but you'll have to leave behind this helpless woman. Xian spoke in a nonchalant voice as he calmly gazed at Mo Ru, who was trembling so violently one might mistake it as an ongoing seizure. Evil God, you son of a bitch. I swear to God, if you hurt even a single hair on her body, I will. Mo Ru roared at the top of his lungs, causing the entire world to shudder. However, he was quickly interrupted by Xian, who reached for the silky hair on the woman's head with his hand, grabbing a handful of it before viciously ripping it directly out of her scalp, tearing away a chunk of skin on her head and causing it to gush with blood. Ah! The beautiful woman in Dongyi's grasp screamed in pain and squirmed like a fish out of water. Dongmei, Mo Ru cried out loud as he subconsciously flew at her, but he was quickly stopped by Dongyi, who casually pressed his sword on the woman's throat, threatening to cut it if Mo Ru got any closer. Seeing this, Mo Ru could only halt his movements and hover in the air with a helpless look on his face, not daring to move a single muscle in fear for the woman's life. How? Why is Dongmei in their hands? She should be protected by... Mo Ru suddenly recalled that he had been removed from the position of Supreme General, so it was only natural for the Celestial Emperor to stop all support for him and his family. A moment later, Xian moved closer to Mo Dongmei, who was shaking nonstop with tears constantly flowing down her face. Despite being a powerful golden immortal cultivator, she was akin to a mortal before Dongyi, who was a true immortal. Please let me go. I will do anything you want, she pleaded. Xian lifted his hand and gently caressed her soft cheeks, causing her to shake even more violently. "Don't you dare touch her with your filthy hands, evil god." Mo Ru released an enraged shout, but he didn't move a muscle. Xian halted his movement and shifted his gaze from the terrified woman to Mo Ru. "How long have you known each other?" he suddenly asked. "Why the hell are you asking such a question?" "Oh." Mo Dongmei started screaming again when Tian suddenly swung his sword, slicing off a piece of her face that had just caressed, creating a hole in her right cheek. "Dongmei." Mo Ru clenched his fist to resist the urge to pounce on Tian, squeezing so hard it bled. "How long have you known each other?" Tian calmly repeated the same words he just uttered without the slightest change to his expression, clearly unfazed by his actions. 180,000 years. We have known each other for 180,000 years. Mo Ru could only respond to his question, fearing what refusing might do. 180,000 years, huh? I wonder how it would feel to lose someone you've loved for so long. I suffered unfathomable pain when I lost my wife, and we haven't known each other for even a small fraction of our time together. So I cannot imagine. Would you be kind enough to share your experience with me later, Supreme General? Tian asked as he stared into Mo Ru's eyes. "Don't you dare, evil god. Please, I will do anything you want. Just spare her." Mo Ru's will to fight had completely dissipated, leaving behind only a profound sense of despair and powerlessness, emotions he had never before experienced in such intensity. Yet, Tian remained unhinged, and as if to reflect his existence, the golden aura slowly turned black and red. "You will do anything I want. Then I'd like you to bring my wife, Xiaomei, and our child back from the dead," Tian requested. That's impossible. Not even the Celestial Emperor can bring back the dead," Mo Ru exclaimed. In response to Mo Ru's response, Tian grabbed two of Dongmei's fingers and yanked them, tearing them right off her left hand, bones and all. "You claimed you'd do anything, but you immediately proved to be a liar." Tian sighed, shaking his head in a dejected manner. This unhinged son of a bitch. He'll definitely kill her at this rate." Mo Ru gritted his teeth. Tian suddenly narrowed his gaze and yanked 3 more fingers off Dongmei. What was that for?" Mo Ru exclaimed. "I didn't like the way you were looking at me just now," he calmly responded. What?" Mo Ru was speechless. However, despite her seemingly fatal injuries, Mo Dongmei was far from death's grasp, thanks to her high cultivation, which continuously regenerated her body. Tian stopped paying attention to Mo Ru and turned to look at Mo Dongmei, who immediately looked down when she sensed his gaze on her. "Hey woman, look at me," Tian called out to her, but she continued staring at the ground. Seeing this, Tian grabbed her by the chin and forced her to stare at his face. Then, with his other hand, he gouged her eyes right out of their sockets. "Ah, my eyes!" Mo Dongmei shrieked like a ghost. Tian ignored the screaming right beside his ear and looked at the 2 eyeballs in his bloodied grasp, muttering, "If you're not going to use them, I might as well take them from you. Evil god, what do you want from us?" Mo Ru could no longer endure it and roared. "If you're going to torture someone, torture me instead. I was the one who killed your wife, not Dongmei. She has nothing to do with this." Tian shifted his gaze back to Mo Ru and surprisingly chuckled. "Nothing to do with this. My wife, Xiaomei, also had nothing to do with my fight with the Celestial Emperor, yet you targeted her just because she was my wife." With a swift movement, Tian clenched his grasp and destroyed the eyeballs, creating a weird sound. "As for torturing you, don't worry. You'll definitely get your turn later." After saying such words, he returned to looking at Mo Dongmei, who was still screaming hysterically, almost as if she had gone insane. Chapter 1436 An Eye for an Eye, 18+. Chapter 1436 An Eye for an Eye, 18+. 1436 An Eye for an Eye, 18+. Reader's discretion is advised. Mature content ahead. ____________. Your husband killed my wife, so I will kill you in return. An eye for an eye. Do you blame me? Xian suddenly asked Mo Dongmei, who lost control over her body, causing it to release its impurities in the form of piss and poop. Ugh, how dirty. You nearly dirted my clothes, too. Dong Yi shook his head in an awfully calm manner despite what they were doing to this helpless woman. Evil God, stop. I will help you fight the Celestial Emperor if you spare her. You can even kill me afterward if you want. Mo Ru suddenly shouted. The Celestial Emperor? As if I need your help to get rid of him. Xian sneered. Then what the fuck do you want from me? Mo Ru cried out loud. I thought I'd already made it crystal clear at the very beginning that I'm going to let you experience true suffering. Xian muttered in a grim voice. He then moved his arm, using his sword to perfectly skin Mo Dongmei, like one would skin an animal's hide. Seeing this, Mo Ru could no longer endure it and pounced forth. If they were going to kill Mo Dongmei, regardless if he attacked them or not, he might as well take his chances. However, all it took for Xian to stop Mo Ru was a single blast of celestial qi. When he was struck by the celestial qi, Mo Ru was sent hurtling into the crater, landing at the very bottom. Now, let us continue. Xian immediately returned to torturing Mo Dongmei. As Mo Ru lay at the bottom of the crater with a broken body, unable to lift even a finger, his cultivation allowed him to witness every moment of Xian torturing his wife as if he were right in front of them. After skinning Mo Dongmei like an animal, Xian proceeded to butcher her like a cow, removing chunk after chunk of her flesh until only her skeleton remained. However, surprisingly, Mo Dongmei remained alive despite missing most of her body and even her heart. Once a cultivator achieves golden immortal, they gain the ability to survive even if their entire body and heart are crushed as long as their soul remains unharmed. Mo Dongmei could have separated her soul from her body and escaped that way, but Dong Yi had sealed her soul within her body, making it impossible for her to escape. Sometime later, Xian crushed Mo Dongmei's skeleton until it was fine powder and mixed it with her butchered flesh before forcefully feeding it to Mo Ru, who had been silently recovering his body as he watched everything. As for Mo Dongmei's soul, Xian shattered it with his celestial qi right before Mo Ru, killing her without giving her a chance at reincarnation. Why, you monster? You are not human. You are the incarnation of evil itself. Mo Ru bawled his eyes out as he was forced to savor the flavor of his beloved wife, literally. Perhaps that may be true, but it was you who brought out the evil within me, Xian said in a low voice. Sometime later, Goru shouted, Well, what are you waiting for? Are you going to kill me now, or what? Xian didn't respond and silently stared at him while surrounded by an ominous aura. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a chilling voice. Do you seriously think it would be over so quickly? W, what do you mean? Mo Ru muttered in a dazed voice. What Xian said the following moment left Mo Ru absolutely speechless and horrified. In case you forgot, it wasn't just my wife who died at your hands. My child, our daughter, was also slaughtered by you. Xian reminded him of his crimes. Why, you don't mean? Mo Ru didn't even dare to completely decipher the meaning behind Xian's ominous words, leaving his mind blank. Dong Yi. Xian called for him. Yes, my liege. Dong Yi bowed to him before disappearing for a moment. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Dong Yi returned to Xian's side with another individual within his grasp. This figure was much smaller than Mo Dongmei, and he was also much weaker, being only a divine warrior. Father, is that you? Please, help me. These bastards captured Mother and everybody in our family. The young man immediately started shouting when he saw his father's face, even feeling relieved. No. Mo Ru had a look on his face so twisted and horrifying that it could scare even ghosts to death. Please, evil, Xian, anything but this. Anything but my children. Mo Ru pleaded in a desperate voice. However, Xian ignored Mo Ru and used his sword to cripple the young man's cultivation. He then turned to look at Dong Yi and spoke, "Bring the rest here." "As you command, my liege." Dong Yi left for a few moments again, before returning with another individual. He repeated this until over a dozen individuals knelt before Xian, their cultivations crippled. "Why? I only killed one of your children," Mo Ru asked with blood flowing down his eyes, nostrils, and lips. "You didn't just kill one of my children. You killed my one and only child and my wife. So you killed all of my children, including the ones we would have had in the future." As Xian spoke, he removed the limbs of his first victim, replicating the injuries Xiao Mei had suffered. He repeated the same actions on the second victim, then the third, until he reached his seventh victim, who was a young woman with a somewhat round stomach. "This must be fate. You'll get to see your grandchild before they are even born." Without hesitation, Xian split the woman's stomach in half, revealing the baby inside to Mo Ru, who could only lay there and stare at the gruesome scene with a blank expression on his face. Then, without stopping, Xian continued to torture the rest of Mo Ru's children. Chilling screams that could freeze even hell itself filled the crater for many minutes until it suddenly became dead silent. After a long moment of silence, a blood-curdling and inhuman scream that sounded worse than a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the crater. Tian Xian. Chapter 1437 Evil Gods Atrocities. Chapter 1437 Evil Gods Atrocities. 1437 Evil Gods Atrocities. After Xian finished slaughtering Mo Ru's entire family before his very eyes, Xian took a seat on top of the pile of corpses and calmly gazed at Mo Ru, who had an inhuman expression on his face. "To the heavens, they will not forgive you for your heinous crimes today," Mo Ru cried as he stared back at Xian. If glares could kill people, Mo Ru's stares had the potential to slay even gods. "Perhaps, but I do not seek forgiveness for my actions today. I only ask for understanding," Xian muttered as he lifted his gaze to stare at the red sky that seemed to be growing darker with every moment. He then looked at his bloodied hands and sighed. "Even after all this, my anger is not fully satiated. Maybe it will never be satisfied. Not even after I slay the Celestial Emperor." He returned to looking at Mo Ru and continued, "All you had to do was leave my wife alone, but alas, even if I had refused to do the Celestial Emperor's deed, he would have simply found somebody else to kill her. You should have never offended the Celestial Emperor. This is all your fault." Mo Ru roared. "Indeed, I am partially at fault for Xiao Mei's death, but not because I offended the Celestial Emperor." Xian sighed with a self-loathing expression. "I promised to protect her with my life, but I was too weak to even do that, so she perished. I have no excuses." He suddenly stood up and pointed his sword at Mo Ru and continued, "I don't care how long it'll take. I will find her again after her reincarnation. Even if she doesn't remember me, I will protect her properly this time." "Reincarnation? Huh, you've truly gone insane," Mo Ru sneered. Xian narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Don't worry, you won't even get the chance to experience reincarnation." His sword suddenly gushed with immense enhanced sword aura, decapitating Mo Ru. However, since Mo Ru was essentially a god, he would survive even if his entire body was crushed. Xian naturally knew of this, so he immediately captured Mo Ru's soul and sealed it within the black sword in his grasp. Upon reaching God Ascension, a cultivator's soul undergoes a profound change, making it challenging for even another God Ascension cultivator to destroy it. "I don't have the strength to shatter your soul right now, so I will keep you in here until I do." Xian tossed the black sword into his storage ring and silently stood there. Meanwhile, the sky above Xian had become so dark it looked as though it had been burned black. "My liege," Dong Yi appeared beside him with a worried face. "Go," Xian responded with a single word. "Yes." Dong Yi immediately disappeared from the scene. Once he was alone, Xian glanced at the cruelty he had done and suddenly fell to his knees. Ugh! He proceeded to vomit violently, even crying rivers of tears as he emptied his stomach. His sweat-soaked body trembled non-stop, sending chills throughout his entire being. Ah! He released a beastly cry a few moments later. Xian, who had spent decades in resolve and had not felt anything during the process, was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense wave of guilt and disgust over what he had done to Mo Russ' family. She definitely wouldn't have approved of my methods, even hate me for what I've done, he muttered in a low voice. Unfortunately, this is the only way for me to remain somewhat sane, the only reason for me to remain in his shitty world without you. Xian stood up a moment later and lifted his head to stare at the massive black clouds rumbling above him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this over with. In response to Xian's words, the black clouds suddenly unleashed unfathomably powerful lightning strikes upon him. Hundreds of thick lightning strikes, each powerful enough to cause the world to tremble, smitten Xian's small figure, as if the heavens wanted to erase his existence. Yet, these lightning strikes were unable to penetrate Xian's body, shielded by a black aura, let alone harm him. The heavenly tribulation lasted for several days without any pauses. Once the black clouds dissipated from the sky, Xian emerged from the burned crater without a single injury on his body. However, he was no longer alone, as tens of thousands of powerful immortals surrounded him in every direction. Evil God, you will pay for the atrocities you have committed today. Xian swept the crowd with a cold yet calm gaze. After identifying them as the Celestial Army, the suppressed bloodlust within Xian began oozing out once again. Even if I have to fight against the entire world, even if I have to split heaven and earth in half, I will destroy anything and anyone that dares to block my path to the Celestial Emperor. Xian continued his relentless campaign to slaughter the Celestial Emperor, leaving a trail of bloodshed and death across the divine heaven, with mountains of corpses marking his path. Brother Yuan, are you okay? Xiaohua's worried voice suddenly resounded. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself kneeling on the ground with tears flowing down both sides of his face. Huh? What happened to me? He muttered in a dazed voice, unaware that Xian's memories had overwhelmed his consciousness. When he regained his clarity, Yuan recalled Xian's memories and the atrocities he had committed again, causing him to vomit violently. Brother Yuan, Xiaohua called out to him again. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, I am fine. I just remembered something unpleasant. That's all. Once head calmed down, Yuan stood up and left the basement, returning to the house. Before he left, Yuan took the time to clean the entire building, removing all dust and dirt, fixing the broken door, and even cleansing the bloodstains in Xiaomai's room. Chapter 1438 Unique Quest. Chapter 1438 Unique Quest 1438 Unique Quest. After cleaning up the building to the best of his abilities, Yuan left the place and returned to the dark and ominous world outside. He turned to look at invincible heaven for a moment and said, The city of Xian has been split into many pieces, but we can use it to determine our location within the Shadow Realm. The invincible heaven was built in the city's center, but it was pushed further east when we expanded the city, so we're near the eastern side of the Shadow Realm. Yuan closed his eyes and recalled the first city he encountered when he entered the Shadow Realm before. That part of the city was toward the western gate, so we'll have to travel west if we want to have a higher chance of encountering those two God Ascension realm souls. Now that he had a sense of direction, Yuan no longer hesitated and started flying toward the west. As he reached the end of the city and neared the banished souls, Yuan heard a familiar noise and shifted his gaze to look at the notification. Yuan suddenly felt his body getting lighter, as if an invisible boulder had been lifted from his shoulders. Celestial shackles. What is that? Yuan raised an eyebrow at this notification, as he had never seen anything like this before. However, it implied that he had been restricted by something, which had been unsealed when he fully regained the evil god's memories. With that said, while he's fully regained Tian Xian's memories, he is yet to fully regain Tian Yang's memories, even though Tian Xian already did. As Yuan pondered about the implications of this unsealing, more notifications appeared. Quest. Difficulty. Impossible. Quest description. Complete the following trials to acquire the approval of Heaven's supremacy. 1. Defeat a cultivator who is at least 9 realms above you, without using Heaven's supremacy. 2. Defeat a magical beast that is at least 9 realms above you, without using Heaven's supremacy. 3. Break your mortal shackles and become a true immortal. 4. Defeat 100 million enemies. 5. Attain an unbreakable will. Yuan's eyes widened with shock upon seeing the requirements for the trials. Even a top cultivation genius seen only once every 1,000 years would have trouble defeating an opponent who is an entire realm stronger. Yet he had to defeat someone 9 entire realms stronger than himself. The second trial that required him to defeat a magical beast 9 realms above his own was even more difficult, as magical beasts are naturally stronger than human cultivators. As for the third and most time-consuming trial, he had to evolve his physique before he could even break through Spirit King. And even if his cultivation resumed its progress, it could take decades for him to reach true immortal. The fourth trial simply required him to defeat opponents, but the number needed was massive, to say the least. The fifth and last trial was too vague to gauge its difficulty. Heavens! Do I have to fulfill all of these ridiculous requirements before I can use Heaven's supremacy? He cried inwardly. While Heaven's supremacy was undeniably and incredibly powerful, even unrivaled, technique, the prerequisites to employ it were simply staggering. How did I even manage to use Heaven's supremacy before I fulfill these requirements, anyway? Did it deliberately give me a brief taste of its peerless prowess just to mess with me like this? He sighed. However, while these trials may seem outrageous at first glance, perhaps even impossible in the eyes of most, if not everyone besides Yuan, he did not immediately give up and only found it difficult even with his advantages. Omicron M after regaining the evil god's memories. Yuan's soul and demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Yet, even with his vast and unfathomable experience, Yuan desperately clenched onto his own personality and character. Naturally, since he had only lived for barely 2 decades in comparison to Tian Xian, who had tens of thousands of years of experience, not to mention Tian Yang and the other incarnations, Yuan's own experience was insignificant, akin to that of a single grain of sand in a vast desert. This made it incredibly difficult, if not outright impossible, for Yuan to remain unchanged, but he still managed to hold on to his core values and identity. As Yuan stood at the edge of the city, he silently gazed toward the direction of his destination with an ominous feeling in his guts. If I flew toward the western region directly, I would have to pass the central region, where some of the most dangerous and powerful banished souls exist. The Shadow Realm existed even before the evil god's birth, and Tian Xian himself had traversed the world several times during his life. However, while there were not as many banished souls as in the current era, most of the expert souls resided near the center of the Shadow Realm, as it contained more spiritual energy, allowing them to preserve their souls and sanity a little better. Moreover, since there was only so much space in the central region, the weaker souls were forced to live elsewhere, where their souls deteriorated much quicker. In my current state, I'd be simply marching toward my grave if I approached the central region, so I need to circle around it. Since he was closer to the northern region than the southern region, Yuan eventually approached the northern region of the Shadow Realm. When Yuan entered the banished soul's territory, despite not exuding his soul strength, none of the souls there approached him, almost as though they were afraid of him. Yuan observed this change and wondered if it had anything to do with his strengthened soul, which was naturally exuding the aura of an ancient expert that could only be detected by the banished souls. However, he didn't complain and soared toward the next city with extreme speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Chapter 1439, A Familiar Notification. Chapter 1439, A Familiar Notification. 1439, A Familiar Notification. Somewhere in the primordial realm, a dignified, middle-aged man of imposing presence sat poised upon the surface of a large pond, while emanating an ancient aura, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the tranquil surface of the pond, followed by a calm, yet excited voice. "Father, the blood jade has finally activated." The middle-aged man's eyes, which had remained closed for countless years, abruptly snapped open, revealing his beautiful yet ominous red eyes. He stood up without creating another ripple on the pond and turned to look at the tall figure standing at the edge of the pond. "Prepare for his arrival," he spoke in a nonchalant tone. The tall figure, a beautiful woman with long black hair and similar crimson eyes, nodded before disappearing into thin air. Once he was alone again, the middle-aged man lifted his head to gaze at the dark sky and smiled. "At last, you have returned to us." A few more moments later, the middle-aged man also disappeared into thin air. Sometime later, several tens of thousands of miles away, a man wore a fearful expression on his face after he realized the middle-aged man had left the pond. The Azura clan is on the move again. What? The Azura clan? They've been silent for so many years now, though. Warn everybody, if we disturb them even slightly, there'll be another bloodbath within the primordial realm. Rumors of the Azura clan's sudden activity spread swiftly across the primordial realm, igniting speculation and intrigue like wildfire. Moreover, even though it was only a rumor, nobody questioned its legitimacy or dared to confirm it. The Azura clan? Fuck, why does it have to happen when the next selection is about to begin? What if they're planning on participating this year? Ha ha ha. Even if they want to participate, I doubt the heavens would allow them to. Whatever, it doesn't matter what they're trying to do. I'm going into seclusion until the selection begins. Regardless of their status or cultivation, most exiles within the primordial realm entered seclusion shortly after the rumors spread, turning the usually rowdy and chaotic place eerily quiet and peaceful. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Realm, Yuan silently pondered about Xian's memories, mostly his connection with the Azura clan, where Lianhua claimed to originate from. His first encounter with the Azura clan was anything but friendly. In fact, they faced each other as adversaries since the Azura clan aligned with the Celestial Emperor's forces. Yet, this didn't imply an alliance, as many were coerced into supporting the Celestial Emperor under threat of resource restriction, if not straight annihilation. The Azura clan was a powerful but small family that has existed since Tian Yang's time, but didn't start gaining influence until much later. Their family consisted of less than 100 members. Despite that, they were known as one of the most powerful backgrounds in the divine heaven, surpassing even the 9 immortal clans. Just like Xian, the Celestial Emperor coveted their talents and approached them. Unfortunately for the Azura clan, they were approached way before the heavenly war of immortals and gods even began, so they had to bear the full pressure of the Celestial Emperor's prowess. As powerful as the Azura clan may be, they could not defy the Celestial Emperor and his massive forces, so they ended up surrendering before joining his forces. While their encounter with the Celestial Emperor was unfortunate, the same could not be said about their encounter with Xian. Since they encountered Xian long after Head dealt with Mo Ru and regained his composure, they were not immediately annihilated without any chance of survival. Xian, after gaining enough strength and shattering Mo Ru's soul, started working together with Heaven's Defiance and recruited those who were forced to submit to the Celestial Emperor into their own forces. The Azura clan was one of these people Head released from the Celestial Emperor's shackles. Upon regaining their freedom, the Azura clan swore their loyalty to Xian and started their own campaign against the Celestial Emperor, slaughtering everyone who willingly worked with him. The pent-up bloodlust of the Azura clan, amassed over thousands of years, erupted like a volcanic explosion, shocking the entire divine heaven and leaving everyone terrified of their presence, their allies included. Lianhua, what's the Azura clan planning? Why did they seal that little princess within Xiaohua? Yuan pondered inwardly. Since most of Tian Xian's memories were related to fighting and hunting down the Celestial Emperor's forces, there wasn't much information on other matters. However, Yuan instinctively knew that he had to meet the Azura clan soon. I could either patiently collect the ancient seals and secretly enter the primordial realm or forcefully open it. Regardless of my decision, it will cause a commotion within the 9 heavens and alert the current Celestial Emperor of my presence. Due to Tian Xian's memories, Yuan no longer had to rely on the ancient seals to enter the primordial realm. However, such methods would essentially announce his presence to the entire world. In the end, Yuan stopped worrying about something that might not happen for a while and focused on his current problem, Earth's calamity. After traveling for almost 2 weeks straight, Yuan finally arrived at his destination, returning to the city he had explored during his first visit to the Shadow Realm. The first thing he did when he entered the city was approach the giant dragon statue. Omicron him as Yuan hovered before the dragon statue. He activated Dragon's Gaze to see if he could activate the statue again. However, there was no response. Sometime later, he scanned the city with Dragon's Gaze, and sure enough, he could still see some buildings glowing, indicating that there was a Great One's trial there. After pondering for a moment, he flew toward the building that had the brightest glow and entered it. Inside the building was a small dragon statue. Shortly after he entered the building, a familiar notification appeared before Yuan. Chapter 1440 The Great One's Proposal. Chapter 1440 The Great One's Proposal. 1440 The Great One's Proposal. Yuan suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a long bridge while surrounded by golden clouds, and a familiar-looking entity with red skin and a bloodthirsty aura stood on the other side of the bridge. A demon, huh? In the presence of a demon, most would quiver with fear, but Yuan calmly gazed at it like it was akin to an ant in his eyes. This demon had the cultivation of spirit enlightenment, but in terms of prowess, it would rival even a divine warrior. Yuan shifted his head and gazed to look behind him at the red line drawn on the bridge. 0:59, 0:58, 0:57, a whole minute to prepare? How generous! Yuan mumbled as he took a seat right behind the red line. Once the timer reached 0, the demon started walking toward the red line in small and slow steps. Yet, Yuan didn't do anything and calmly watched as the demon slowly approached him. Seeing this, the demon bore a perplexed expression, baffled by Yuan's lack of resistance or opposition, almost as though he had no intention of stopping it. It took almost 90 seconds, but the demon finally stood before the red line. As the demon raised its leg to take the final step, Yuan calmly muttered, "Swords of eternal torment." The demon suddenly found itself unable to control even a single muscle within its body, much less finish the final step, almost as though its figure was completely frozen in time. 1:31, 10:31. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 31 seconds. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, yet the demon remained frozen with its leg halfway in the air. 4 hours, 10 hours, 50 hours. Once the timer reached 72 hours, the demon suddenly shattered into countless fragments like glass, followed by a notification. Yuan already knew that he wouldn't receive any reward for completing the Great One's trial, but he still wanted to see if there would be any difference. It was a lot easier than ID anticipated, Yuan muttered to himself as he left the scene. However, as he reached the exit, he sensed a profound gaze staring at him. He immediately turned around. "You are." Yuan was slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of an eye that hovered at the corner of the room. "Oh, you can see me?" The eye spoke in a slightly surprised tone. "You must be the Great One." Yuan quickly identified the identity of this golden eye. The Great One narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent for a few moments. "It hasn't been that long since our last encounter, yet your progress has been monstrous, for lack of a better term," the Great One remarked. The Great One had already recognized Yuan's potential from their first meeting, but he never could have imagined that he had underestimated Yuan's talent to such an extent. Ha ha ha. The Great One suddenly started laughing. Yuan, correct? Why did you challenge the trial, even though you wouldn't receive anything? I just felt like it. Yuan casually shrugged. Interesting. Then allow me to ask you another question. Why have you returned to the Shadow Realm? If you're seeking treasure, I'm afraid you won't find anything besides the ones within the treasure room. I'm not here for treasures. Yuan shook his head and did not further explain his situation. The Great One stared directly into Yuan's eyes, almost as though he wanted to read Yuan's memories like the last time. However, he quickly realized that he was unable to see anything and swiftly gave up. I have never met anyone half as talented as you. The Great One sighed. Thank you. After a moment of silence, the Great One spoke in a serious voice. It's been countless years since I last met someone with even half your potential. It would be a waste to ignore such talents. So, I have a proposal. How about becoming my disciple? Excuse me? You want to accept me as your disciple? Yuan didn't dare to believe his ears. Indeed, if you become my disciple, I will help you reach the God Ascension realm within 1,000 years. Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, What about your legacy? What about it? Would it still count if I met you in such a manner? Ha ha ha. The Great One started laughing again. The treasures I'll give to my own disciple will naturally be much better than the legacy's reward, something I created out of boredom. To tell you the truth, the legacy's rewards are mostly just random trash I've picked up throughout the years. Of course, even trash that I pick up is better than what the top families in the Nine Heaven could provide. Yuan was left speechless by this revelation. The notion that the creation of the Great One's legacy stemmed from mere boredom caught him entirely off guard. You look disappointed. Is it due to the rewards or something else? The Great One inquired. A little bit of both, I guess. As ID said, even though the treasures for the legacy are worthless to me, they're still extremely valuable to others, especially humans. I can randomly pick a treasure from a pile, and it would be valuable enough to start a war. Of course, you wouldn't have to worry about that if you became my disciple, as you'll have access to the most powerful techniques and valuable treasures in the Nine Heavens. This is a once-in-lifetime offer. Even immortals and gods would not hesitate to become my servant, much less a disciple. The Great One became silent and patiently awaited Yuan's response. Chapter 1441, a little early. Chapter 1441, a little early 1441, a little early Yuan stared at the Great One's overbearing eyes and spoke after a moment of silence. You're actually serious about recruiting me as your disciple? Of course. I wouldn't joke about something like this. What makes you think I am joking? The Great One asked. I thought most beings of your stature typically avoided such things, especially since you're a divine beast. Since divine beasts and humans have different cultivation methods, it wouldn't make sense for a divine beast to teach a human in cultivation. Another reason would be their lack of human cultivation techniques and resources. However, the Great One was an entity that stood at the very top of the cultivation world with unimaginable wealth and resources, so such problems weren't an issue for him. If it were a few million years ago, I would have simply laughed at such an idea, but times have changed. Divine beasts and humans are no longer isolated in their own world, and the world itself is evolving in ways even I cannot fathom. In fact, you won't be my first disciple, or even second, but the third. Yuan smiled and said, It's a very enticing proposal, especially since it's coming from an entity such as the Great One. Unfortunately, I will have to decline. The Great One narrowed his eyes, his gaze seemingly filled with disappointment. Why? He asked. This marked his first experience of being rejected in such a matter. He wasn't exaggerating when he claimed that even immortals and gods would be willing to become his disciples due to his unfathomable wealth and unshakable position within the Nine Heavens. Honestly, there's no particular reason besides the fact that I don't like taking the easy route. While I may be able to progress much faster if I were to become your disciple, it doesn't necessarily mean I'll become stronger than if I were to take my own path. You think that by becoming my disciple, you'll be taking the easy route? I didn't anticipate being underestimated in such a manner, and by a human at that. I am not underestimating you, but I'll definitely have an easier life if I ignore everything else in my life to become your disciple, as there are some things that could only be experienced and gained in the wild cultivation world. Of course, Yuan had other reasons for not becoming the Great One's disciple, but he didn't need to reveal such information. The Great One fell silent, his thoughts unknown. Sometime later, he spoke. Since you have already refused, I have no reason to persist, nor would I go out of my way to beg someone to become my disciple. Good luck finding me in this vast universe. The Great One disappeared the following moment without uttering another word. Yuan didn't think too much of it and left the building. After preparing himself, Yuan left the city and made his way toward the direction of the treasure room. Sometime later, he halted his movements when he arrived at his destination. After looking around and taking a deep breath, he shouted in a loud voice that was amplified by his spiritual energy, "Immortal Fairy Yu Ning and Sect Master Xian, are you here? I, Yuan, have returned to fulfill my promise." Yuan's voice echoed for hundreds of miles in every direction. A few minutes passed without any responses, but he didn't panic and close his eyes to wait while thousands of banished souls that had been alerted by his voice circled him like a school of fish without daring to get too close. A few more moments later, Yuan's eyes snapped open as he sensed a powerful presence approaching his location. "Scram!" A cold voice boomed, causing the banished souls around Yuan to scatter like startled pigeons. Yuan turned to look at the feminine shadowy figure before him and smiled. But before he could say anything, he sensed another powerful presence approaching them. Yuan waited for the second presence to arrive before speaking. "It's been a while. I hadn't anticipated you would return so soon," said Yu Ning, the immortal fairy, her voice filled with surprise. Xian then spoke. "While I am glad to see you again so soon, it appears to be a little too early for your return, Yuan. You're only a peak spirit king. I recall telling you to come back only after you've reached the cultivation of Spirit Emperor. You were too hasty to return." Yu Ning recalled with a slightly dispirited tone after realizing that he was only a spirit king. Yuan nodded. "I am well aware that I was only supposed to return after reaching Spirit Emperor, but rest assured, I have more than enough soul strength to get the both of you out of this gloomy place." "Really?" The two immortals exchanged glances with each other, seemingly in disbelief. "I wouldn't joke about something like this. I promise," he reassured them. "Now, then, how does one go about housing souls in a soul weapon?" Xian then said, "First, we'll need a soul weapon that isn't already occupied by another soul or spirit. Then one of us will attempt to enter it. The soul weapon's master will be able to sense any intruders and reject them, but ITLL will be fine if you don't do anything and allow us to dwell within the soul weapon." "Will there be any side effects for my soul weapons?" Yuan asked. "No, there won't be any since we're only using it as a temporary home until we can recreate our physical bodies." Yuan nodded and retrieved the Starry Abyss, his first soul weapon, and asked, "Who wants to be first?" "Me." They both responded simultaneously. "Xian, I've been in the Shadow Realm for much longer than you, so it should only be natural for me to leave first. Also, ladies first," Yu Ning said to him the very next moment. "That's bullshit." Xian immediately sneered. Seeing this, Yuan shook his head and said, "Relax, you two. Did you forget that I have two soul weapons?" Chapter 1442, Xian. Chapter 1442, Xian. 1442, Xian. We know that you have two soul weapons, but to be completely honest with you, we're not confident that you have enough soul strength to house both of our souls at your current level, so you cannot blame us for wanting to go first," Xian said in a sighing voice. "He's right, Yuan. You also can't blame us for being skeptical of your capabilities." Yu Ning agreed with Xian, and she continued, "If you don't have enough soul strength, it would be incredibly dangerous for us to occupy your soul weapon, so it's not as if we have no risk. Normally, we wouldn't trust a spirit king to be capable enough to help even a single one of us, much less both of us at once, but we're just that desperate to get out of this hellhole." Yuan nodded. I understand your hesitation, so allow me to get rid of them for you. How will you do that? You'll see in just a second. It will hurt you a little, so prepare yourself. After taking a deep breath, Yuan exerted some of his soul strength, manifesting it in the form of a rippling energy that swept through their surroundings. When Yu Ning and Ran saw this ripple, they immediately felt a sense of danger and dread coming from it. Without hesitation, they sacrificed some of their precious soul strength to shield themselves from the ripple. However, even with protection, the ripple tore right through their defenses and inflicted a brief but intense pain upon their soul. The pain lasted for a split second, but it was enough to embed a deep sense of fear within Yu Ning and Ran. Yu Ning and Ran subconsciously distanced themselves away from Yuan. Although he lacked the strength to destroy their souls, he possessed the power to torture their souls with immense pain, something even more terrifying than death to these immortal cultivators. That was only about 30% of my soul strength, Yuan spoke a moment later. What do you think? Do you still doubt my capabilities to help the both of you? Such powerful soul strength was only 30%. Impossible. Not even a spirit enlightenment cultivator would possess half of such prowess. Ran exclaimed, clearly in disbelief. Yuan smiled and replied, If you don't believe me, I can do that again, but with 50% of my soul strength this time. Yu Ning and Ran trembled in fear when they imagined themselves experiencing pain even worse than what they'd just experienced a moment ago. There's no need to go that far. I believe you, Yu Ning quickly said. And me too. I apologize for doubting your capabilities. Ran followed. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. I should have asked you this sooner, but what is your cultivation at? I was at 4th level God Ascension before my body was destroyed, but alas, after spending countless years in here, my cultivation dropped to Golden Immortal. Yu Ning sighed. I was also at 4th level God Ascension, but I've managed to keep my cultivation at 1st level God Ascension because of my unique cultivation technique, but that won't last for much longer. It'll probably drop to True Immortal in a few thousand years. Ran shook his head in a dejected manner. Yuan's heart dropped a little when he learned of Yu Ning's cultivation since it was below God Ascension, but he quickly regained hope after hearing Ran's words. How long does it typically take for one to recreate their body? Yuan then asked. It's not really a matter of time, but an issue of resources. Yu Ning said, in order for us to recreate our body, we need the proper materials. If you have the materials on you right now, we can reconstruct our body immediately. Unfortunately, these materials are quite valuable and rare. Yuan nodded. I understand. We can worry about finding these materials later. Before we begin, I have something I'd like to say, a request. He turned to look at Ran and continued. You said that you'd give me anything I want if I took you out of this place, correct? Ran swiftly nodded. Indeed. As long as it's within my power, I will help you acquire it. I only need one thing from you, your assistance. Can you explain? Of course. But before I do that, I have another question for you too. You guys have been trapped here before the heavenly war of immortals and gods even concluded, correct? That's right. Does that mean you aren't aware of the conclusion? No, we are aware. Some of the survivors had come here in the past, after the war, and told us everything about how a hero known as the evil god showed up near the end and turned the tide against the celestial emperor, even slaying him in the end. Ran said. He was widely recognized as the evil god, but he was also known as the god of war. If it hadn't been for his efforts, this place would have been even more crowded. Yu Ning chuckled. We're also aware that the place we once knew as Divine Heaven is now known as the Nine Heavens, she added. That's great. Then he'll start from the middle. Yuan proceeded to tell them about his homeland Earth and how they'd been split from the Nine Heavens after the incident that separated the world into 9 realms. He then explained the current Celestial Emperor's actions and Earth's calamity. I don't know why the Celestial Emperor brought us back to the 9 Heavens through Cultivation Online, but I'll find out. However, before I can even do that, I must find a way to save my own world. Yuan continued to tell Ran his plan, which required the soul of a God Ascension realm cultivator. I think I get the gist of it. You just need me to supply this divine beast my spiritual energy so that it can restore the formation, preventing your world from destruction, correct? Jiran asked. Yes, that's right. Yuan nodded. As long as it doesn't require me to exhaust my soul strength, I will give you as much spiritual energy as you need. Jiran quickly agreed to help. Then you can enter this soul weapon first, since I probably won't be able to use it while you are helping. Yuan extended the starry abyss, offering it to Jiran, who immediately flew toward it without hesitation. Chapter 1443 Yu Ning. Chapter 1443 Yu Ning. 1443 Yu Ning. The moment Jiran entered the starry abyss, Yuan received a notification. Yuan suddenly felt the urge to retaliate and terminate Jiran's soul, but he quickly resisted such an urge and allowed Jiran to occupy the starry abyss. Once Jiran had successfully occupied the starry abyss, Yuan felt a chunk of his soul strength being consumed, absorbed by the starry abyss, but it wasn't enough to worry him. That took about 15% of my soul strength, huh? I anticipated worse. Yuan thought to himself. How do you feel? Jiran's voice resounded a moment later. I'm fine. What about you? I haven't felt this good since I lost my physical body. It's also much more spacious in here than I'd anticipated, almost like I have my own little world. Jiran responded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with his new temporary home. When Yu Ning heard how content Jiran sounded, she immediately became fidgety, almost as though she couldn't wait to relocate. Sorry, but I probably won't be able to help with the formation and my current cultivation. However, I can still try. I can also do other things. Anything at all, Yu Ning said, sounding a little worried and desperate. Yuan looked at her and smiled. Don't worry, I promise to get the both of you out of here, and I will fulfill my promise even if neither of you can help me. Of course, he would have had to delay their plans until he found someone who could save his world. Thank you. I will definitely repay this debt once I reconstruct my physical body, Yu Ning exclaimed. If she had a physical body, there would have been tears flowing down her face right now. Yuan retrieved his Empyrean overlord a moment later and extended it toward Yu Ning. Seeing this, Yu Ning immediately began flying toward the sword. However, right before she reached it, an unfathomable presence appeared, followed by a strong pressure that restricted both Yu Ning and Yuan's movements. What the hell is this? Yu Ning had to use all of her strength just to utter these few words. Yuan gritted his teeth and shifted his gaze to look at the shadowy figure approaching them from a distance. This shadowy figure arrived before them in less than a second, hovering between Yuan and Yu Ning. Who are you? Yuan asked this newcomer who had the figure of an adult human, but without any facial features or distinct parts that would identify their identity. Oh, you can still speak while under my pressure? I knew you were no ordinary spirit king, but to think you were this exceptional. The shadowy figure spoke in a voice that resembled an old man. Why you? You're the Holy Sword Saint, Xian Gemming. What do you want from us? Yu Ning recognized the shadowy figure's identity from his voice alone. I don't need anything from you since I am here for this young man, Xian Gemming responded. He continued while staring at Yuan. I sense your powerful soul strength and was intrigued, so I came here and observed you guys a little. So, you are eavesdropping on us? How distasteful for someone of your stature, Holy Sword Saint. Jiran sneered from within the starry abyss. I stopped being the Holy Sword Saint when I was tossed into this place countless years ago, Xian Gemming retorted coldly. He then stared into Yuan's eyes and continued. You're looking for people to save your world, correct? Take me instead of this useless woman. I was at the 5th level God Ascension during my peak, and am still at the 3rd level God Ascension right now. If that's not enough, I will give you all of the Holy Sword Academy's sword techniques. I will be much more useful to you in every way. Why, you bastard? Yu Ning shouted in anger, yet she couldn't refute Xian Gemming's words. As the sect leader of the Holy Sword Academy, an esteemed sect that once rivaled the immortal monastery in their primes during the primordial era. He held authority and resources far surpassing Yu Ning's. However, Yuan spoke with a cold grin on his face. Do you normally restrict the movements of the person you're asking for help? Hearing such words, Jin Jiming released his pressure on Yuan, but kept it on Yu Ning, as he didn't want to give her the chance to run into the soul weapon. My apologies, it wasn't my intention. I don't usually panic, but even a god would lose some senses after spending so much time in this gloomy place. Yuan didn't immediately respond and pondered his next step. Omicron him while he had no intention of helping Jin Jiming. He couldn't simply refuse to help him, as Jin Jiming would definitely attack him, and he wasn't close to being strong enough to oppose someone at God Ascension, even with evil god's memories. In fact, even if he worked together with Yu Ning and Ji Ran, they wouldn't be able to defeat Jin Jiming. Yuan. Yu Ning looked at him with a look of acceptance, almost as if she had given up on leaving with him. You should take him. He'll stay here for now. If one of them leaves their soul weapon in the future and you don't mind returning for me, I will be eternally grateful. Yu Ning recognized the gravity of their circumstances. Jin Jiming wielded enough power to effortlessly annihilate them all, so she decided to stay behind. In doing so, she would, at the very least, still have a chance to leave the Shadow Realm in the future. Looks like I will owe you a favor now, Fairy Yu. Jin Jiming smiled. In response, Yu Ning merely snorted coldly. However, a moment later, to their surprise, Yuan shook his head and said, No, I won't let you stay behind. I said I'd take you out of this place, so I will. What? But before Yu Ning could finish her sentence, Yuan continued, I didn't mention this before because it wasn't necessary, but I actually have 3 soul weapons in my possession. You what? The 3 immortals exclaimed in a shocked voice after learning of this information. Chapter 1444, Holy Sword Saint. Chapter 1444, Holy Sword Saint. 1444, Holy Sword Saint. Why you possess 3 soul weapons? No, that's impossible. Jin Jiming quickly expressed his doubt. After all, even the most talented cultivators during the primordial era had 2 soul weapons at the most. 3 was simply unheard of, even unimaginable. Why would I lie to you? Especially when this sort of lie can easily be exposed. Yuan shook his head. Tian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and show us your 3rd soul weapon. Jin Jiming urged impatiently. Yuan nodded and retrieved his 3rd soul weapon, the Dragon Soul. The moment the Dragon's Soul made its appearance, its presence permeated the surroundings with a profound aura, causing the souls of the immortals to quiver in awe and fear. What a powerful soul weapon! They cried inwardly. Let me dwell within that soul weapon, Jin Jiming hastily said as he pointed at the Dragon's Soul. Yuan casually nodded, sure. Jin Jiming sensed something was amiss, almost as though he had gotten what he wanted too easily. However, when he reconsidered Yuan's weak cultivation base and their circumstances, Jin Jiming no longer pondered too deeply about it and nodded. But will you be able to handle 3 immortal souls at once? Yu Ning suddenly inquired in a worried tone. Moreover, Jin Jiming's soul would be the most strenuous on Yuan's soul strength due to his higher cultivation base. Yuan looked at Yu Ning with a calm smile and said, I might be weakened a little, but of course, it's no problem for me. Yuan retired the Empyrean Overlord, offered the Dragon's Soul to Jin Jiming, and said, Here you go, Senior. I'll let you go first if you're worried that I won't have enough soul strength to carry all 3 of you at once. Jin Jiming nodded and spoke as he flew into the Dragon's Soul. I will remember your act of kindness. Yuan felt about 20% of his soul strength being consumed. Yuan, you need to be careful of the Holy Sword Saint. He went astray during the war and became an evil cultivator who took advantage of the chaos to strengthen himself. Ji Ren suddenly warned him through divine sense. Yuan didn't respond and merely held a mysterious smile on his face. A moment after Jin Jiming entered the Dragon's Soul, his satisfied voice resounded. This place is much more spacious and luxurious than I'd expected. Heavens, I can even feel my soul strength growing stronger just by staying in here. Ha ha ha. This place is fucking amazing. The more I explore the W8. Who the hell are you? Gene Jemming suddenly became alert, his voice filled with surprise. You little bastard. This soul weapon is already occupied by another soul. How dare you trick me? Oomph. Whatever. I simply need to destroy this soul and become its sole occupant. A different voice suddenly resounded. Not only did this bug invade my sanctuary, but it even dared to threaten me? Ha ha. The voices suddenly stopped. Yu Ning and Ran swallowed nervously as they waited for the results. A few moments later, W8. Please, spare me. I will immediately leave this place. Gene Jemming's voice returned, but it was filled with shock and fear, sounding as though had encountered a ghost. Please, have mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Yu Ning and Ran listened to Gene Jemming beg the mysterious soul with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Ah, mother, father, someone, save him. I will remember this, Tian. Dragon Goddess Yu's voice suddenly resounded with a displeased tone. Yuan wore a bittersweet smile on his face as he responded, I wasn't sure you were actually in there and saw the opportunity to find out, so I took my chances. Sorry, Dragon Goddess Yayo. Now that I've confirmed you are dwelling within the dragon's soul, why have you been ignoring me? However, there were no responses from Dragon Goddess Yayo. The silent treatment again. Yuan sighed as he wondered what he was doing wrong. Unfortunately, he probably won't figure it out until he recovers more of the immortal monarch, Tian's memories. Ding. Dragon's soul, level, rank, soul weapon, growth rate, fast, requirement. Unique ability, Dragon's Roar lets out a resounding battle cry that shatters the surrounding spiritual energy. However, that was not the end. Ding. After devouring the soul of a God Ascension cultivator, the dragon's soul unsurprisingly leveled up twice in an instant. Unique ability, Dragon's Sanctuary creates a domain around the wielder that seals all spiritual energy from those that do not have dragon blood. Does not affect the wielder. This dragon soul is... Yuan swallowed nervously after seeing its overpowered unique abilities. However, its unique ability only applied to spiritual energy, so it might be ineffective against immortals who could wield immortal chi and celestial chi. Still, it was a very powerful ability that could surprise even immortals. As for those who cannot use immortal chi and do not have dragon blood flowing through their veins, they were simply screwed. Yuan reclaimed the dragon's soul and retired the Empyrean overlord again. He looked at Yu Ning, who was still frozen from shock, and said, It's your turn. Yet, Yu Ning didn't fly into the Empyrean overlord and stood there like a stone statue, her gaze fixated on Yuan's calm smile. Seeing this, Yuan chuckled and said, Don't worry, this soul weapon is definitely unoccupied. Nothing will happen to you. Why you promise? Yu Ning muttered in a timid voice. Of course. I only killed that guy because I knew of his character. He nodded. Gene Jemming was a renowned individual whose infamy reached even Xian's ears, so he already knew of Gene Jemming's vicious character, even before Ran's warning. Chapter 1445, Replenishing the Lord's Cultivation. Chapter 1445, Replenishing the Lord's Cultivation. 1445, Replenishing the Lord's Cultivation. After receiving Yuan's reassurance that the Empyrean overlord was unoccupied, Yu Ning took a deep breath before entering the sword. Wow, they weren't exaggerating when they said it was spacious inside a soul weapon. You can probably fit 1 or 2 major cities in here and still have room to spare. Yu Ning's surprised voice resounded a moment later. I'm glad you like it. Yuan smiled. What are you going to do now? Ran asked. Since I've accomplished what I came here to do, I will leave this place and return to the 9 heavens, he said. And because it's been a long time since you guys last seen the world outside of the Shadow Realm, I won't immediately ask you to start working Ran. However, I also cannot delay it for too long. Honestly, I don't care if I have to immediately start working. After all, I am satisfied just knowing that I am no longer in the Shadow Realm. Ran quickly replied. Yuan nodded. Let me leave this place and show you my world first. However, Yuan did not directly leave the Shadow Realm. Instead, he returned to the nearest city, where he logged off. Upon returning to Earth, Yuan immediately climbed to the peak of the Dragon Spiral Mountain to meet with the Lord. He met Leah halfway through the formation. I know you called in advance, but you couldn't have waited a few minutes for me? Leah complained with a slight frown on her face. Yuan smiled and said, I haven't cracked the formation yet, but I instinctively know the way to the peak after walking through this mist multiple times. Huh, formations don't even work like that, Leah exclaimed with a look of disbelief on her face. Yuan shrugged and continued climbing the mountain. Sometime later, they arrived at the peak of the mountain, where the Lord was already prepared to meet them. I heard you had something urgent to tell me, the Lord asked. Yuan nodded and retrieved the Starry Abyss and Empyrean Overlord. Those are your soul weapons? Where are we? We were still at the Shadow Realm an instant ago. How did we end up here before I can even blink? Ran and Yu Ning's bewildered voices suddenly resounded. In their eyes, they were in the Shadow Realm when their scenery suddenly flickered and changed to something completely new and unfamiliar. Calm down. This is Earth, my home world. Yuan explained the situation to them. Earth? Already? I was expecting it to take some time, at least much longer than this. Ran muttered in a dazed voice. Sometime later, Yuan said, Ran, meet the Lord. Lord, this is Ran, and he'll be helping you with your cultivation base from now on. The Lord approached the Starry Abyss with a look of wonder on his face. I don't have a name, but you may call me Shui. The Lord said, and he continued, I also cannot sense your presence or cultivation from out here. Ran then introduced himself. My name is Ran, and I used to be the sect leader of the Immortal Monastery before my body was destroyed by the Celestial Emperor and tossed into the Shadow Realm, where I spent countless years. I was at the 4th level of God Ascension during my peak, but I was reduced to the 1st level of God Ascension after spending so long in the Shadow Realm. The sect leader of the Immortal Monastery, I never would have imagined that such a renowned figure would still be alive in this day and age. The Lord exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Oh, you know of me? Ran sounded pleasantly surprised as well, as he didn't expect to be recognized by someone who wasn't from the Primordial Era. Of course, you were a prominent figure in the Primordial Era, also known as the Devil Hand Madman after single-handedly annihilating the Maleficent Devil Cult. And as the 2nd sect leader of the Immortal Monastery, you led the sect to its peak, becoming a top 5 sect within the Divine Heaven. Although the Lord sounded like a fanboy, one must consider his point of view. In the Lord's eyes, he was speaking to someone who should have perished long ago and only existed in stories. Even someone as ancient as the Lord came into existence long after the Primordial Realm ended. He was no different than a baby if compared to Ran or Yu Ning. I think we'll get along just fine. Ran sounded a little prideful as he spoke. Omicron M, are you sure you want to immediately start working? Yuan asked him a moment later. Ran nodded inside the Starry Abyss. It's fine, I can start working now. It's not like I have to do it without any breaks, as I will need time to replenish my exhausted spiritual energy afterward, anyway. Furthermore, although Shui is hiding it, he's actually in a lot of pain. His body is in a mess. I'm surprised he's managed to survive this long, much less support such a powerful formation for so long. Ran spoke with deep admiration for the Lord's preservation and determination to protect Earth. Sometime later, the Lord sat on the ground and closed his eyes, seemingly going to sleep. Meanwhile, Ran left the Starry Abyss and took the form of a middle-aged man before sitting behind the Lord. I will begin transferring my spiritual energy to you now. Ran warned as he placed his palms on the Lord's back and began transferring his spiritual energy. A refreshed and relieved look immediately appeared on the Lord's face, resembling an old man who regained years of energy after soaking in a hot spring. I can do this for 5 days before I run out of spiritual energy. Rand said a moment later. Yuan nodded. I will return before then. In the meantime, they'll show Yu Ning around this world. Not wanting to disturb them any longer, Yuan descended the mountain and returned to his living quarters. Chapter 1446, A New Era on Earth. Chapter 1446, A New Era on Earth. 1446, A New Era on Earth. Upon returning to his living quarters, Yuan encountered Mei Feng waiting at the front door. Are you waiting for someone? Yuan asked her. Yes, I was waiting for you since I noticed you had left. Mei Feng nodded. Did something happen? Yes, but it's nothing bad for now. Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, Let's go inside first. Tell me everything. Once they were seated inside, Mei Feng spoke. The others are already aware of this, so you're the only one who is still out of the loop, unless Leah told you. He quickly shook his head. She didn't tell me anything. Mei Feng proceeded to show her palm to Yuan and continued to speak. Shortly after the system update, people noticed they could use the system even when they are logged out of. What? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after learning of this news. Watch this. The next moment, an item that resembled a storage pouch suddenly materialized out of thin air and appeared on Mei Feng's palm. We can bring certain items from Earth now. This includes treasures, medicine, and most importantly, cultivation resources. The entire world's amid an evolution as we speak. Yuan sat there with a dazed expression on his face as he contemplated this new information. Sometime later, Yuan flipped his palm and retrieved a monster core that exuded the spiritual energy of a peak spirit grandmaster. It actually works. Then, without hesitation, he moved the monster core to his lips before swallowing it casually. Yuan could immediately feel his spiritual energy soaring, as well as his cultivation base. A few moments later, Yuan muttered, Character status. Ding. Cultivation. 9th level Spirit Grandmaster. Bloodline. Immortal Monarch Bloodline. Physique. Heaven Refining Physique. Golden Immortal Physique. So, it's a simplified version, huh? He looked at Mei Feng and asked, What's going on with the world now that this is possible? Well, for starters, those who have the capability started consuming powerful cultivation resources left and right, causing their cultivation base to soar. I believe the strongest cultivator is a spirit lord at the moment, which is a massive increase compared to before the system update, where the strongest cultivator was only a spirit master, not including you and the others. Yuan nodded and asked, What about Meishio and the others? They've decided to wait for you before deciding on anything. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and sighed. They shouldn't need to worry about me and do what they believe is right. And why didn't Leah tell me about this? She could have at least mentioned it before I left. Anyways, tell them to do whatever they want the next time you see them. They'll be leaving the Dragon's Spiral Mountain for a bit. Where are you going? Mei Feng asked. It's been some time since I saw you row, so I go to give her a visit. Omicron M, are you going alone? Yes, I'm going to fly straight there and back. Sometime later, Yuan asked, By the way, if we can bring things from the 9 heavens to Earth, can we also bring things from Earth to the 9 heavens? People have tried that, but we're unable to do so. Even the things that can be brought to Earth are limited, so we cannot bring anything we want. What's the limit? Treasures divine grade and above, as well as some of the more powerful cultivation resources. Hearing this, Yuan immediately tried to retrieve his divine grade treasures, and sure enough, he was unable to. I guess they don't want us to progress too fast over here, but it doesn't mean things won't change in the future. We should also start preparing for this change. Who knows what people will start doing with their newfound strength? This world is too small for any cultivator nonsense, especially as the average cultivation increases. Compared to the 9 heavens, Earth's size was akin to a grain of sand in a desert. If cultivators started going crazy with martial techniques and powerful treasures, Earth wouldn't last long and would be destroyed even before the Lord's formation collapsed. How are the Cultivators Association and the governments around the world dealing with this change? He then asked. Well, they're trying to do something. Regulations are becoming stricter, and they're thinking of restricting everyone's cultivation base to a certain level so that we won't be able to do too much damage even if we tried, but I'm not sure how they'll be able to regulate that. It seems impossible. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. Looks like I have to speed things up and try to reconnect the 9 heavens and earth, but that will also have its own problem. I will speak with the Lord when I return. Let me see for myself what the world is like nowadays first. Meifeng nodded and followed him outside. Stay safe, Yuan. It'll be a lot more dangerous out there now that everyone has access to powerful cultivation resources and treasures. You won't be as invincible as before. Meifeng warned him. Yuan chuckled. We'll see about that. Sometime later, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord and jumped onto it before soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing from Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Wow. Although the spiritual energy in this world is pathetic, it has a very beautiful scenery. Yu Ning exclaimed in excitement as they soared through several cities. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, if we want to preserve these sceneries, we need to find a way to stop those with bad intentions from damaging them. Unfortunately, that is easier said than done. That is true. In fact, I can easily cover the entire world with my divine sense alone. This place is truly too small. If a fight between 2 spirit kings broke out, it'd be an environmental disaster. Yu Ning said. Unless they are insane, I doubt anyone would do anything too crazy. But then again, there are plenty of insane individuals out there. Yuan sighed. With the rapid changes happening on Earth, Yuan started pondering methods to keep his friends and family safe even in this new era. Chapter 1447, A Surprise Visit. Chapter 1447, A Surprise Visit. 1447, A Surprise Visit. After flying for almost an entire day without rest, Yuan arrived at the Eternal Lotuses headquarters. The guards at the front gate were startled when he suddenly descended from the sky and landed before them. Who are you? Yuan greeted the female guard with a handsome smile and said, Hello, I am Yuan. I'm here to visit my little sister, Yuro. Yuan? The guard's eyes widened with surprise, but there was a hint of doubt in their eyes for some reason. Please give us a minute to notify Yuro. Wait. Yuan suddenly stopped them. I actually came here unannounced to surprise her, so if you don't mind, can you let me inside without notifying her? You can let Lianhua know, though. Sure, wait a second. How do we know you're actually Yuan and not someone disguised as Yuan? One of the guards suddenly said with a doubtful frown on her face. For all we know, you could have consumed an appearance-altering pill. After all, medicine and pills are part of the things that people are now able to acquire through the system. So things such as appearance-altering pills are becoming more common on Earth. Yuan didn't anticipate being questioned in such a manner, feeling like he was still in. I'm not sure how you want me to prove my identity. How about my Cultivators Association ID card? Those can be fake, too. Yuan sighed. Aren't you being a little too paranoid? I'm just trying to visit my little sister. As if. Player Yuan is at the top when it comes to stolen identity right now. And Yuro is also very popular with countless admirers. There are plenty of people who would disguise themselves as Yuan to get to her. In fact, it has happened before. Really? Yuan's eyes widened at this information, and he wondered when Yuro became so popular. If you can't prove your identity, you may scram before we escalate this. Hearing this, Yuan shook his head and proceeded to take out his cell phone. He dialed a number before putting it on speaker. Hello, Yuan? Lianhua's voice resounded a moment later. Hey, sorry to bother you, and this will sound sudden, but I'm outside your headquarters right now. Really? He'll be right there. Thanks. Yuan closed the call and silently stared at the female guards, their eyes as wide as saucers. It was completely silent, with neither of the guards uttering a single word until Lianhua showed up. Yuan. Lianhua rushed in front of him with a strong urge to embrace him, but she managed to control her emotions at the last second. You should have notified me earlier so that I could have called for Yuro as well. Yuan shook his head and said, I actually wanted to surprise her, so I'm glad you didn't. Come, they'll bring you to her. He nodded. Wait. The female guards suddenly stopped them. What is it? Lianhua asked, unaware of their circumstances. Meanwhile, Yuan spoke with a calm smile on his face. Don't worry about it. You were just being diligent. Keep up the good work. Did something happen? Lianhua looked at him with raised eyebrows. No, nothing at all. If you say so. However, Lianhua silently glared at the guards, almost as though she was trying to tell them that she would question them later. Once they entered the gates, Lianhua brought Yuan straight to Yu Rao's room. HM, she changed rooms? Yuan asked as they walked in a different direction. Yes, she was recently promoted, so she gets to live in her own room instead of sharing it. She's a hard worker. Looking at your progress, I can't say the same to you. Yuan smiled. At a glance, Lianhua's cultivation was actually at first-level Spirit Lord. This is mostly because of the treasures you left behind for my family, she said with a somewhat bashful smile. Speaking of your family, is everything okay for you guys? Are the other families bullying you? He asked. A bittersweet smile appeared on Lianhua's face as she suddenly stopped walking. She turned around to look at him and sighed. Since we refused to partake in that event where they ambushed you, they've been blaming us for several things. It's nothing we can't handle, but the pressure on us has been increasing lately because of the system update. Everything is a mess nowadays. How are they pressuring you, if you don't mind me asking? He inquired for more information. They're mostly messing with our business and bullying our faction with challenges. We've been bumped down a few ranks because of that. All right. A faction can challenge another faction to friendly matches to increase their rank. I forgot this system existed since we've never been challenged before. Who in their right mind would challenge your demon-sealing faction? However, things might change soon with everyone increasing their cultivation much quicker. We'll keep that in mind. Lianhua then said, anyways, you don't need to worry about us. We can deal with some bullying and they'll eventually stop. Yuan nodded. Don't hesitate to come to me if you need help. Of course. They resumed walking shortly after and quickly arrived at Yu Rao's new room, which was located right in front of a small but beautiful fish pond. Yu Rao, you have a guest. Lianhua knocked on her door. The door opened a moment later, and a beautiful young lady in a somewhat messy appearance showed her face. You've grown up, Yu Rao. Brother? What are you doing here? I've come here to visit you. Why didn't you call me beforehand? I am not prepared to meet you. Give me a minute. Yu Rao suddenly went back inside her room and even slammed the door on them. Her actions left Yuan speechless. Several minutes later, Yu Rao returned with her hair neatly combed, a cute dress, and a subtle touch of makeup adorned her face. Brother, what a surprise. When did you arrive? Yu Rao greeted him with a bright smile, acting like their meeting a few minutes ago never even happened. You've grown up, Yu Rao. Yuan repeated with a stiff smile on his face. Chapter 1448 The Plan to Protect Earth. Chapter 1448 The Plan to Protect Earth. 1448 The Plan to Protect Earth. After successfully controlling her emotions for 2 seconds, Yu Rao stopped caring and jumped at Yuan with her arms wide open, embracing him tightly. I've missed you, brother. You should visit me more often, she complained. Sorry, I've been incredibly busy lately, but I'll try to visit you more often. I don't believe you. You said you'd visit me soon every time we spoke on the phone, but this is your first time showing up. Yu Rao puffed her cheeks and complained. Yuan fell silent. Brother Yuan, let's talk inside. I have something important to tell you. Lianhua, you should join us, Yuan said with a serious expression on his face. Yu Rao swallowed nervously when she saw his expression. She quickly released him from her embrace and silently nodded before entering her room. Just call me Lianhua, Lianhua said as she followed Yu Rao inside. Yuan entered last and closed the door behind him. Once they were all seated, Yuan took a deep breath and started explaining the situation to them. As you probably already realized by now, isn't simply just a game. The 9 heavens truly exist somewhere in this universe, and our world, Earth, used to be part of the 9 heavens. However, after a certain incident, we were split from the nine heavens and drifted away. When a world lacks spiritual energy, it will naturally collapse. Fortunately for us, we have an expert in this world who has the capabilities to support this world with his cultivation base through a powerful formation that surrounds Earth, and he has been doing so for millions of years. Unfortunately, due to which transfers our soul from Earth to the nine heavens and back every time we log in or off, it has caused irreversible damage to the formation. If this formation is destroyed, the Earth will cease to exist as well. What? Wait a second, Yuan. This is too much information to digest. Are you telling me that our world is ending soon? Lianhua exclaimed, her face filled with shock and fear. I know it's a lot of information, and yes, the world is at risk of being destroyed. However, you don't need to worry, as I have managed to find a way to prevent it for now. That's why I've been so busy lately, Euro. Unbelievable. To think you've been trying to save the world. I cannot even begin to imagine the burden on you. I'm sorry for getting mad at you just now. Euro was on the verge of crying after learning the truth. So the world is safe from destruction now, correct? Lianhua asked for clarification. He nodded. Yes, but only for now. It's just a temporary fix, and with the recent changes, I'm worried it might affect the formation even more. Moreover, our world is too small to have spirit lords, much less spirit kings that will appear sooner or later. The room fell silent. Lianhua then said, regarding the cultivation situation, the Cultivators Association and governments around the world have already begun working together to prevent cultivators from doing too much destruction. This information is only known to the top legacy families, but they plan on restricting everyone's cultivation inside cities to Spirit Master. And how do they plan on doing that? Yuan inquired. They have recently created a device that can forcefully restrict a cultivator's cultivation to a specific level, and they plan on using it soon. I don't know when they'll be in service, but the device should be undergoing rigorous testing as we speak. Yuan narrowed his eyes and began pondering after hearing this information. I just thought of a great idea. He muttered. What? Instead of waiting years for these devices, I can simply replace them with arrays and formations. Formations? You know how to create formations? Array masters are rare, even in Cultivation Online. Lianhua said, I do, but I'm nowhere near experienced or powerful enough to cover the entire Earth, so I'll have to start studying arrays more seriously now. Even if you could achieve such a feat, do you really think it's a good idea to restrict everyone's cultivation base? Euro asked. Hearing this, Yuan sighed. I'm aware of how oppressive and controlling it may sound, but this is for the best for everyone in our world. Forget about spirit kings. A fight between two spirit lords could already easily destroy a city. We didn't have this issue before because it was impossible to reach spirit lord with the resources available on Earth. But now that we can acquire and use cultivation resources directly from Nine Heavens, it will only be a matter of time before we have an abundance of spirit lords and even spirit king. Moreover, this isn't something new, as such a system already exists within the Nine Heavens. Think about it. Spirit kings are forbidden to exist within the lower heaven without special permission, and those who manage to reach spirit king in the lower heaven are forced to ascend to the next realm, where it's large enough to accommodate their prowess. This sort of rule exists for a good reason. If we don't want Earth to be destroyed by insane people or by accident, we can only restrict everyone's cultivation so that it becomes impossible to do so. And in the future, when we reconnect Earth with Nine Heavens, we can continue following their system. So anyone that wishes to increase their cultivation past the limit could continue doing so in the Nine Heavens. That sounds like a good plan. Lianhua nodded. I can't believe we're making decisions that will affect the entire world in my room. And with just the three of us. Euro muttered in a dazed voice after coming to this realization. Yuan chuckled. The Cultivators Association and governments around the world have the same plan. We're just going to make it more reliable and protect every inch of the world. Now it's only a matter of who finishes first, their devices or my study. Chapter 1449, Possessing Yuan's Body. Chapter 1449, Possessing Yuan's Body. 1449, Possessing Yuan's Body. Wait a second, Yuan. While we can restrict everyone's cultivation bases, what about their weapons? Are there formations that can prevent people from using treasures that are too powerful? Lianhua asked. Powerful treasures will require more spiritual energy to use. If we limit the cultivation base enough, it would automatically restrict their weapon usage as well. Then what should the cultivation limit be? Spirit Grandmaster? Spirit Master? Yuro then asked. Yuan took a moment to ponder before responding. I believe limiting everyone to Spirit Grandmaster should be more than enough. If that's still too much or too little, we can always adjust the limit in the future. Now, let's just hope that Earth will last until you can create these formations. Lianhua sighed. If you want, I can create the formation immediately. An unfamiliar voice to Yuro and by Lianhua suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at the Empyrean Overlord, which head laid against the wall, and asked, Are you an array master, Yu Ning? Yu Ning? Yuro and by Lianhua turned to look at his sword with raised eyebrows. She's a soul from the 9 heavens. Due to circumstances, she's currently occupying my sword. Yuan gave them a brief explanation. Yu Ning responded the next moment. Indeed, I am an array master. In fact, I am a level 7 array master. And you can create a formation that will cover the entire Earth? Lianhua asked. Of course. Your world is extremely small, even tiny, after all. The 9 heavens have villages larger than your world. It won't take any effort for someone with my cultivation base to cover this entire world. However, since I'm only a soul, it will be a little tricky as souls don't have the capability to create formations. Then how are you going to create the formation? Yuan asked. I will use a medium. So you're going to possess someone? It sounds bad when you put it that way, but yes, ITLL require me to take control over another body. However, it cannot be just anyone since their body needs to be able to withstand my soul. Yuan pondered a moment before pointing at himself. Am I qualified to be your medium? You definitely qualify. But do you trust me enough to lend me your body? She asked. Well, what can you do once you take control of my body? Any side effects? A lot can be done, honestly. I can move it as though it's my body and even temporarily transfer some of my cultivation to you. But that's pretty much about it, unless I forcefully destroy or consume your soul. If I consume your soul, it'll acquire your memories and secrets. If I destroy your soul, it'll permanently acquire your body. Though, you don't have to worry about me messing with your soul since I won't be able to do anything to you, who possess 3 soul weapons, each housing a powerful soul. If you still don't trust me, I can swear another heavenly oath. Oh, and there aren't any side effects as long as I don't spend too long in your body. It typically takes weeks, if not months, to see any side effects, and I will only be using your body for a few minutes. Yuan nodded his head and said, I understand. And there's no need for an oath. I trust that you won't try anything funny. You may be an immortal, but your soul isn't strong enough to do anything even if I let you. When do you want to create the formation? Yu Ning then asked, not questioning how a mortal's soul could be stronger than an immortal's soul. Can you make it so that certain areas or specific individuals in this world aren't affected by the formation? Yuan then asked, Of course. Great. Then let's create the formation now. As for the exceptions, you can decide who to exclude from the formation's power later. Since I will be using your body to create the formation, you will be its creator, meaning you will have full control over it. Yu Ning interrupted. All right. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whenever you are ready. Yu Ning took a moment to prepare herself before leaving the Empyrean Overlord and entering Yuan's body. A chill traversed Yuan's body when Yu Ning entered his body. Of course, Yuan could sense every movement and action made by Yu Ning while she was inside his body. Omicron M, I will now try to take over your body. Please don't resist, as this will only make things difficult for both of us. Yu Ning's voice echoed inside his head. Okay. A few moments later, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, but it was not Yuan in control. Yu Ning had successfully taken over Yuan's body. She took a moment to inspect Yuan's body out of curiosity and was immediately overwhelmed with shock and fear by what she saw and felt from his body. Heavens! What kind of heaven-defying body is this, Yuan? Not even immortals have such a powerful physical body. Yu Ning became increasingly terrified as she realized how powerful Yuan was, and this was without taking into account his martial techniques. Once she was finished admiring Yuan's body, Yu Ning transferred some of her cultivation base to Yuan, causing his cultivation to skyrocket all the way to Spirit King. Huh, how weird. For some reason, I cannot increase my cultivation any higher than Spirit King. With my cultivation base, I should be able to help you reach Divine King easily. Yu Ning muttered in a dazed voice after experiencing this weird phenomenon. It has something to do with my physique. Are you unable to create the formation with my current cultivation? Yuan asked. No, this is enough to create the formation, but you'll need to reapply the formation every year if you want to keep it active. That's good enough for now. Then I will start making the formation now. Yu Ning started creating perfect array symbols with extreme speed, filling the room with tens of thousands of them in seconds. Chapter 1450 Godlike Body. Chapter 1450 Godlike Body. 1450 Godlike Body. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yuan muttered in a dazed voice as she was quickly mesmerized by the golden array symbols filling up the room. While Lianhua, on the other hand, was shocked at the speed at which Yu Ning was forming the array symbols. She had seen array masters at work several times but none of them were even a small fraction of Yu Ning's speed. Naturally, the array masters that by Lianhua saw were at most level 1 or level 2 array masters. They were simply incomparable to a level 7 array master. In fact, it would be disrespectful to Yu Ning to do so. For the next 15 minutes, Yu Ning continuously created array symbols without stopping even for a split second, and Yuan's body was soaked in sweat by the end. Once finished, she combined all the symbols and shot them toward the sky. The symbols flew right through the ceiling and quickly disappeared behind clouds. A few seconds later, the symbols exploded, quickly covering the entire world with a transparent veil that could only be sensed by level 6 and above array masters. Yu Ning immediately fell to her, but afterward gasped for air. Brother, Yuan, Yu Ro, and Bai Lianhua rushed to his side with worried expressions. However, Yu Ning was still in control and said, "He's fine. He's just a little weak after exhausting his spiritual energy. Yuan, I would return your control now, but it might be dangerous to do so while you're exhausted, so I will restore some of your spiritual energy first, if you don't mind." I don't mind. Yu Ning nodded and corrected her position before absorbing the spiritual energy around them. A few seconds later, heavens, what is this cultivation speed? When Yu Ning realized how much spiritual energy she was absorbing with almost zero effort, she was so shocked that she nearly lost control over Yuan's body. It's so easy cultivating in this body. It was so easy that Yu Ning wondered if she could sleep and cultivate simultaneously in Yuan's body. This is a godlike body that would make even gods jealous. Was he born with this body, or did he temper it to such a state? Yu Ning felt her borders widening after cultivating in Yuan's body, experiencing what it felt like to be a frog in a well again after countless years. If she were born with such a heaven-defying body, she would have easily achieved Cultivation God with the same amount of time it took her to reach 4th level God Ascension. With such an amazing body, even an immortal like Yu Ning couldn't help but have thoughts of coveting it. Unfortunately, she knew that any attempt to steal Yuan's body would be in vain, so she swiftly tossed away those unhealthy thoughts. I may not be able to have his body for myself, but as long as I follow him, it may be possible to taste it in the future. A few minutes later, Yu Ning completely replenished Yuan's depleted cultivation base even before she realized it. I will leave your body now, Yu Ning said in a dejected voice, sounding heartbroken because she could no longer experience Yuan's godlike talents. After leaving Yuan's body, she immediately flew back into the Empyrean Overlord. She continued speaking the following moment. Although I have created the formation, I have yet to activate it. You can do so whenever you feel like it. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and continued. I will activate it when I return to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain and speak with the Lord. What should we do now? Yu asked. I was going to walk around the city with you, but if you're busy, I won't bother you. There's no way I would be busy when you're here. Yu quickly said. Her schedule consisted mostly of training and cultivation, and she wasn't going to waste time doing any of that when her dear brother was visiting for the first time in a long time. They'll let your teacher know that you won't be able to attend training. Thank you. By the way, how long do you plan on staying here? Yu asked. I was planning on staying for a day or two, but I can stay longer if you want. You still have a lot of things to do in Cultivation online, right? As much as I want you to stay longer, I won't take up too much of your time, especially when you're trying to save Earth. Yu turned to look at by Lianhua and continued. Do you want to come with us, senior sister? Yu knew how much Bai Lianhua fancied Yuan, so she purposefully asked for her presence. However, Bai Lianhua refused her offer and said, Thank you for asking, but I will have to decline. Maybe next time, since I don't dare to intrude on your family time. I also have a lot of work to do. If you say so. Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. Yuan left the building with Yu shortly after. The two of them walked around the city and dined at many of the highest-rated restaurants in their city. It's been so long since I've gotten the chance to relax like this. Yu sighed as they exited their third restaurant. Yes, it feels like thousands of years ago. Yuan muttered with a profound expression on his face. When he acquired Tian Xian's memories, he essentially had to experience Tian Xian's entire life again. And since it was done recently, it felt like thousands of years had passed for Yuan since he met Yu, hence why he suddenly decided to visit her. Yu noticed something was a little different about Yuan, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly and just thought it was because of his burdens. He's saving the world without most of the world knowing. He's probably putting on a brave face to not worry me. If only there was something I could do for him, she sighed inwardly. Chapter 1451, Simply Curious. Chapter 1451, Simply Curious 1451, Simply Curious. After spending nearly the entire day touring the city without any disturbance, their peace was finally broken when someone on the street recognized them. Hey, look over there. Isn't that player Yuan? Someone there suddenly blurted out loud in the busy street. This single sentence caused nearly every head there to turn left and right until they also noticed Yuan. Holy shit, it's actually him. Are you sure that's really him? What if he's another imposter and only pretending to be player Yuan with an appearance-altering pill? That's what I thought at first, but look at that pretty lady beside him. That's Yu, his little sister. What if she's also an imposter? Who would be insane enough to put so much effort into pretending to be player Yuan? You have no idea. Due to the changes in the world, it became a common habit for many to doubt the identity of influential people, especially player Yuan, who is at the very top of the list of celebrities nowadays. In fact, it was a miracle that Head managed to spend an entire day with Yu without being noticed. Are you really player Yuan? Please tell me you're not fake. Can I have your autograph, please? I am your #1 fan, player Yuan. Please shake my hand. Nearly everyone on that street rushed to meet Yuan, instantly encircling him and Yu. I should have worn my mask. Yuan sighed. This is why I rarely come outside nowadays. Yu shook her head. Her popularity and fame had reached heaven long ago just by being Yuan's little sister. While she has her own accomplishments and charms, they paled in comparison to being his little sister, blood-related or not. Yu grabbed my hand. Yuan's voice suddenly resounded in her head. She didn't question it and immediately grabbed his hand. The next moment, both of their figures began levitating off the ground and hovered above the surprised crowd. He's flying. He's definitely the real player Yuan. That doesn't prove anything. Anybody can reach Spirit Grandmaster nowadays with enough money. Fuck, how can someone be this distrustful? I wouldn't be surprised if you doubt your own identity. Yuan ignored the crowd and flew away with Yu, quickly disappearing from the rowdy scene. This reminds me of that one time when we sneaked outside to play at a nearby park, only for you to be recognized by someone. If we hadn't started running immediately, your fans would have surrounded us. In the end, we had only managed to play less than 5 minutes at that park. Yu chuckled as she recalled some of her earlier memories. Yuan smiled and said, I also remember being scolded to hell and back for that little stunt. After a moment of silence, Yu muttered, Our parents. I wonder where they are now and what they have been doing since they disappeared from our lives. What about you, Brother Yuan? Do you often find yourself wondering about them? Hearing her question, Yuan responded calmly and detachedly. To be completely honest, I haven't thought of them even for a split moment since our last meeting. However, now that you mention them, I guess I am a little curious about their whereabouts. But don't misunderstand. I am simply being curious, not caring. Hearing no response, Yuan shifted his gaze to look at Yu, who had an air of melancholy around her, alongside a pondering expression on her face. If you're worried, I can try looking for them. I'm not worried about them. They are terrible people who don't deserve to be cared about. Yu exclaimed with a look of denial on her face. Yuan smiled and said, It's okay if you do. I won't blame you or hate you for it. After all, they are still your parents by blood. However, Yu adamantly shook her head and said, I truly am not worried about them, Brother Yuan. Just like you, I'm simply curious about their situation. After a brief moment of silence, she continued, Though perhaps deep within my soul, I still have some feelings for them. Yuan chuckled. It won't take too much effort to look for them. There's only so much space for them to hide in this tiny place. After all, it's fine, really. If we are fated to encounter each other again, we will definitely see them in the future. I will leave it to fate. Fate, huh? Yuan muttered in a low voice and didn't say anything else. The two of them remained quiet until they returned to the Eternal Lotuses headquarters a few minutes later. As they drew nearer to the headquarters, Yu noticed that it was a little rowdier than usual during this time of the day. There's so many people gathered at the front gate. Something must happen. Yu pointed at the group of people standing outside the front gate with a worried frown on her face. Yuan stopped their movements and hovered in the sky to learn more about the situation before sticking their noses into it. At a glance, there were two distinct groups, with Lianhua leading one and a robust young man leading the other. They appeared to be in a heated conversation. Are you going to continue hiding in your headquarters forever, Eternal Lotuses? Our fiery Locust swarm challenged you to a ranking match. Since we are ranked lower than your faction and within 10 ranks, you must accept it, or Eternal Lotuses will automatically lose its current rank to us. The person in front of one of these groups shouted out loud. Lianhua sneered in response. If you want to talk about hiding, why don't you tell your master to get out of her hole and come face us personally instead of sending a bunch of goons to my front door? You're dirtying our beautiful home with your unwanted presence. Looks like the fiery queen is messing with us again. Yu sighed after understanding the situation. Fiery queen, Yuan mumbled as he held a pondering expression. Chapter 1452, Unlimited Money. Chapter 1452, Unlimited Money. 1452, Unlimited Money. Since it's already late, we will leave for now and give you another night to think through it. Lianhua. If you do not give us a response by tomorrow evening, we will put in an official request with the Cultivators Association. If you don't respond or show up to our challenge, your faction's rank will drop by another 10 ranks. How many ranks have your faction already dropped these past few months? 30? 40? Ha ha ha. The robust young man laughed out loud as he pointed at the Lianhua and the others. Both choices will require us to participate in a ranking match. You shameless bastard. Yeah, do you think you can start bullying us because you have the other family support? If you want to fight, you've got it. Senior sister Bai, let's teach these bastards a lesson. Lianhua merely shook her head in silence before turning around and walking back into their headquarters. Seeing this, the fiery Locust swarm left shortly after. Once things calmed down and everyone returned to their residence, Yuan descended with Yu and went to find Lianhua. Welcome back. Did you enjoy your day? Lianhua said with a smile after seeing them, acting like the drama at their front gate had never even happened. Senior sister, we saw what happened at the front gates. Yu went straight to the point. Oh, sorry you had to witness that, Yuan. By Lianhua side. Fiery Queen sent those people to challenge your faction? Why? He asked. Just to provoke and mess with us, I suppose. Our families have been rivals for generations, even long before we attained our current position, so we've been butting heads with each other for as long as I can remember. However, they have never been this aggressive before. I guess what happened last time had triggered something in Fiery Queen, so I'm partially responsible for this. Yuan muttered with a bittersweet smile. What? Of course not. But it is true that I flipped that trigger. And who told Fiery Queen to conspire against you with the other families? She's 100% responsible for her own actions, so don't you dare blame yourself for this. Okay? I understand, but I have to ask, what are you going to do now? From what I've seen, it seems like you don't want to fight them, even if ITLL affect your ranking. Why? Are you not confident in defeating them? Eternal Lotuses should be pretty high up in the rankings, right? I doubt you've achieved such a rank without proper qualifications. You're right. We've managed to reach the top 10 in the world. However, that was before the system update. Now that people can acquire cultivation resources from, we've been surpassed by many factions, as we do not have the resources to feed all of our members with treasures. By Lianhua side, and before you say anything, let me explain. While it's true that my family is quite resourceful, enough to increase all of our members' cultivation to remain in the top 10, I promised myself that I would not rely on my family's resources to assist my own faction. I created the faction because I wanted to achieve something with my own capabilities. After all, most of our funding comes from my own wallet, which I earned through my own effort, and while I can afford a few treasures here and then, it's not nearly enough to keep our faction in the top 10 any longer. Moreover, the Bai family has another faction, which is being led by its patriarch, my father. Even he does not have the resources to fund two large factions at once. I didn't know you funded the faction alone. That's very impressive, Yuan said. Bai Lianhua shook her head and said, while that was true in the beginning, and I still contribute about 75% of our overall funds, the others are also contributing to the faction by donating some of their own earnings from Cultivation Online. It's a group effort, so I cannot claim all of the credits alone. What about the Demon Sealing faction? How are you guys being funded? Yu suddenly asked. Well, Yuan had to ponder for a minute before responding. Honestly, I am not sure. Meishio used to handle all of the faction's affairs, but she was replaced by her mother, who handles everything now. The other members are fully capable of funding their own cultivation, and they've never approached me for funding. While I do assist them with treasures and techniques here and there, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference in their growth. With that said, we're not your ordinary faction, so we don't have the same routine as most. What about their cultivation techniques? Do you all cultivate the same techniques as we do? Bai Lianhua asked. No, we all have our own cultivation technique. Besides Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, I had nothing to do with how they acquired their techniques. Really? Even though you can acquire as many techniques as you want for free? Yu said with a doubtful look on her face. Huh? What do you mean by that? Bai Lianhua looked at Yu after hearing her words. Yuan answered with a smile. I have some connections with the owner of myriad of techniques, and I can pretty much take any technique from there without paying. You what? Bai Lianhua nearly fell off her chair after hearing this shocking information. And you can share these techniques with others? She then asked. Yes. Are there any limits? Not that I know of. I can even sell them if I want. That's ridiculous and totally unfair. You essentially have unlimited money. Bai Lianhua stood up in sheer shock. Yuan chuckled and asked, not really. I don't want to break the economy by selling too many techniques. He continued after a slight pause. Do you want some techniques? I can donate some to your faction. Bai Lianhua's eyes widened with disbelief after hearing his offer. After a moment of silence, she sighed. As much as I want to, I cannot accept your offer. That'd be no different from relying on my family's wealth. Yuan shook his head and said, You don't have to be so strict with yourself. You're just going to hinder yourself at this rate, not to mention your members. And you've already done more than enough and proven your own capabilities. Nobody would blame you for needing assistance now, nor is it shameful. Even if you say that. Lianhua turned silent with a serious, pondering expression on her face. Chapter 1453 Faction War. Chapter 1453 Faction War. 1453 Faction War. Although I don't want to admit it, he's right. Because of my stubbornness, our faction has been declining for the past several months, and our overall morale has dipped. The others say that everything is fine, but they're probably doubting my ability to continue leading Eternal Lotuses effectively. Lianhua sighed inwardly as she pondered her own faults. I have already managed to bring my faction to the top 10 of the world through my own efforts. I wanted to reach first place, but there's only so much a single person to do, especially considering the current world's circumstances. She turned to look at Yu, who sat there with a calm expression, and asked, "What do you think of your brother's proposal, Yu?" "I think this isn't a decision for me to make, even if it's my brother's offer," she quickly replied. "I know. I'm just asking for your input. What do you think about our faction's current standing?" Yu nodded, her face serious, and said, "Our faction is struggling, even though everything appears normal at a glance. My fellow sisters are feeling frustrated because we're being bullied without the ability to retaliate. The fact that nobody was able to bully us before makes that feeling much worse. I understand that senior sister has her own pride and ambitions, but please reconsider accepting my brother's help. I think we need it, and ITLL recover our fellow sister's morale." Even though Lianhua was already aware of everything Yu had mentioned, it still felt bad to hear it coming from another person's mouth. Lianhua sighed. "You're right. I am often told that I have a stubborn personality. Sorry if I've been such a useless leader. Please, senior sister, don't call yourself useless. You're anything but useless." She shook her head and said, "A leader that cannot protect their own faction is useless in my eyes." Then, she turned to look at Yuan and said, "Okay, I will accept your generous donation, but I want to accept it for free. With that being said, I don't know how to repay you, so let's just put on my tab for now if you don't mind." Yuan nodded while chuckling. "Sure, I don't mind. And since I don't know what techniques would benefit you the most, it'll bring you to the myriad of techniques so that you can pick them for yourself." But aren't you in the fourth heaven, brother?" Yu asked. "Yes, so? If you think we can't meet, because of that, I can simply just go back down to the third heaven. Wouldn't that cost you a tremendous amount of resources? Most people who have ascended aren't able to descend, mostly for that reason," Lianhua said. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Although he had never tried descending before, he always assumed it would be free for some reason. Now that I think about it, I probably thought it was free since I'm the master of the stairway to heaven, but that might not be the case for others. "I have never tried descending before. How much does it typically cost to descend?" he asked a moment later. "It all depends on how far you're traveling and your cultivation base, but it typically costs millions of spirit stones per realm." Lianhua said, "That is pretty expensive." Yuan mumbled after learning this number. Lianhua sighed. "It's fine, Yuan. I appreciate you trying to help, but it's not worth it if you have to spend so much money." Yuan smiled and said, "Who said I need to pay to descend? However, even if I have to spend some resources, a few million spirit stones aren't an issue for me now. I still have a lot of trash to sell, after all." "Trash?" Lianhua and Yu raised their eyebrows. Knowing him, even divine-grade treasures might be considered trash in his eyes. "Then when do you want to do this?" Lianhua said a moment later. "We can do it right now. Actually, I am currently in a weird location, and it might take me a while to return. I will contact you when I am prepared to descend." Yuan sighed. He forgot that he was currently in the Shadow Realm, and even if he immediately left, he still needed to travel to the stairway to heaven, which would take a few days. "It's okay. You can take your time. Even if the fiery Locust swarm challenges us to a fight tomorrow, ITLL takes some time to schedule it, usually 1 to 2 weeks. How are you going to deal with them?" Yuan then asked. "We'll deal with them how we dealt with the others, by facing them. We won't run away even if we are destined to lose." Yuan nodded, And he continued to ask, I'm curious how these matches work since, I have never participated in one myself. Why do you sound so certain that you'll lose to them? Do they also have spirit lords? Official ranking matches are officially called Faction War. Because these matches require a team effort, they are not something a single individual can dominate. The content of the matches varies as well. Some may be tournament style, while others may be siege style, where you defend or attack a point. They're basically settings that typically exist in video games. Where do these matches happen? Omicron M, they used to be quite simple, where we pick our strongest members to fight against each other. Unfortunately, that got boring to watch really fast, so they started making it more elaborate and grander. All matches now take place on a large island called the Great Battlefield. This island has several sites built specifically for matches, and you can travel there by sea or flight. This is also why it takes so long for a match to be scheduled. Though I must admit it's very entertaining to watch and get a lot of viewership. By Lianhua explained. That'd sound fun. Maybe we should participate every now and then to change things up so we're not always cultivating. Yuan smiled. The demon sealing faction? By Lianhua swallowed nervously after hearing that they might start participating in ranking matches. Chapter 1454, Participating in a Faction War. Chapter 1454, Participating in a Faction War. 1454, Participating in a Faction War. Really? Are you really going to start participating in faction wars, Brother Yuan? Yuro exclaimed excitedly. He nodded. Yes, it seems fun. Bai Lianhua wiped the invisible sweat on her forehead, her hand trembling slightly, and said, It's going to get rowdy once the rest of the world learns of this. Countless people, myself included, have anticipated the day the famous demon sealing faction shows their prowess. Despite being worldwide famous, you guys have never participated in any events, and people are starting to question whether the demon sealing faction actually exists or is just a fake faction. Yuan chuckled at this information and said, Faction rankings and whatnot are insignificant matters in our eyes, and we're always busy improving our own cultivation in both Earth and insignificant, huh? While that may be true for you, who live in an entirely different world from the rest of us mortals, one's rankings determine whether they are respected, sponsored, or left in the dust. And having a sponsor is incredibly important, as many factions, including top-ranking factions, depend on them for survival and growth. Does Eternal Lotuses have any sponsors? Yuan asked. We used to have some, but I refused any monetary support from them so that they wouldn't impact our faction in the slightest, even if they were to disappear from our lives one day suddenly. My decision proved correct since all our sponsors stopped supporting us simultaneously last month. It would have greatly affected our operations if we'd relied on them, and I am willing to bet my savings that Fiery Queen had something to do with it. Bai Lianhua shuddered at the thought of their faction being forced to close down due to a sudden lack of finances. I see. I am beginning to understand the economy of factions now. Honestly, I created my faction on a whim. I wanted a place for my friends and family, a place we can call home. I never once considered looking for sponsors or whatnot. Then how do the rankings work? Is it true that you must accept a challenge, or you'll lose your rank? Yuan then asked. Lianhua nodded. Yes, but that is only true if the challengers are within 10 ranks of their target. This is to prevent those at the top from purposefully avoiding faction wars to prolong their rank. While we don't have to fight those who challenge us, we'll lose our rank to the challenger if we don't respond. Also, a faction can only be challenged once a month by those within 10 ranks. What rank is your faction at right now? Last I checked, we were at rank 77, a far cry from rank 9, just several months ago. I feel frustrated and ashamed every time I think about it, she sighed. Then what about my demon sealing faction? Yuan suddenly asked. The ranking system has changed drastically since it was first implemented, but the demon sealing faction should be unranked at this moment since you guys haven't participated in any faction wars. Is that so? Yuan closed his eyes and proceeded to ponder about some things. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes to look at by Lianhua and showed her an ominous smile. You don't want to deal with the fiery locust swarm, correct? How about we take care of them for you? Huh? You want to challenge the fiery locust swarm? The demon sealing faction only has 11 members, correct? Bai Lianhua sked. 12 now. Yuan smiled. In order to manage the demon sealing faction's affairs, Mei Feng also joined their faction. Bai Lianhua looked at him in disbelief and said a moment later, I don't mean to look down on you or your faction, but you want to defeat the fiery locust swarm with 12 people. I told you that a faction war requires a team effort, right? Unless you're a spirit king or everyone in your faction is a spirit lord, you won't be able to overcome the difference in numbers. We're all spirit grandmasters, but we won't know until we try. Well, most faction wars are sieges nowadays, where two factions attempt to overtake the other's base. Even you can't defend a base from thousands of people with 12. I think that sounds like a challenge to me. Yuan smiled. He suddenly retrieved his cell phone and dialed a number. What are you doing? Lianhua had a bad feeling about his actions. An excited voice resounded from the phone the following moment. Hello, this is Chairman Li. Good evening, Chairman Li. Do you have a moment to talk right now? Of course. I always have time for you, Yuan. It's been a while since I've heard from you. I hope you've been doing well. I've been doing well. Thank you for asking. Anyways, the purpose for my call is this. After a brief pause, he continued. The demon sealing faction would like to participate in a faction war. Do you think you can help me arrange one? What? The demon sealing faction? Are you serious? Chairman Li's voice was filled with shock and excitement. Of course. Why would I joke about something like this? Chairman Li didn't immediately respond, but Yuan could hear some weird noises coming from the background. A moment later, Chairman Li responded in a calm voice. When would you like to participate in a faction war? Do you have an opponent in mind? If not, we can help you put out a notice to attract challengers. I do have an opponent in mind. They're called Fiery Locust Swarm. After a moment of silence, Chairman Li's dumbfounded voice resounded again. Did you just say Fiery Locust Swarm? But they are ranked 86th in the world with over 40,000 members, while the demon sealing faction only has 12. 40,000 members, huh? I wasn't expecting such a large number, but their number is irrelevant to me. Or am I unable to challenge them due to the difference in our member count? Yuan asked. Regardless of your member count and rank, you are able to challenge anyone that isn't below your rank, but your faction will be at an immense disadvantage, and whether they accept the challenge or not is an entirely different matter. Chairman Li said. Chapter 1455 Fiery Locust Swarm. Chapter 1455 Fiery Locust Swarm. 1455 Fiery Locust Swarm. Surely, they're not going to give up the chance to defeat the famous demon sealing faction, right? After all, we're only 12 people. Yuan chuckled through the phone, leaving Chairman Li utterly speechless. Are you seriously going to challenge the Fiery Locust Swarm to a faction war? You might have to go against hundreds, if not thousands of them, with just 12 of you. Chairman Li asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes, I am serious, Yuan replied, his voice filled with determination. A moment of silence later, Chairman Li sighed. Very well, I will send your challenge request to the Fiery Locust Swarm, but before I can do that, I need to know the details of the challenge. As the challenger, you may set your terms for the match, such as limiting the amount of participants and the suggested challenge mode. Since this is my first time participating in a faction war, much less challenging another faction, can you run me through it? Of course. First things first, what mode do you want to fight them in? We have Siege mode, Tower Defense mode, War mode, Capture the Flag mode, Scavenger mode, and Tournament mode. Since you only have 12 members, I suggest doing Tournament or Scavenger mode. But most factions tend to avoid these two modes because they won't be able to take advantage of their member counts. The Fiery Locust Swarm will definitely reject your challenge if you request either of these modes. I thought we couldn't select our match conditions. Yuan asked. That's only true if you're within 10 ranks of your opponent and you're aiming for their rank. Since the Demon Sealing faction is currently unranked, the Fiery Locust Swarm can refuse your challenge without any consequences, so the rules are much more relaxed. Of course, they can still lose their rank if they are defeated. I see. Can you give me a brief explanation of the available modes? Chairman Li nodded and explained. In Siege mode, each faction will possess a castle, and the objective is to conquer the opposing castle and kill their ruler for victory. The ruler cannot join any battles or fight back, only run. There is no player limit for this mode, but there must be at least 1,000 total players on the field. In Tower Defense mode, each faction controls 5 towers. The first one to control all 5 towers or the most towers before time runs out will win. There is no player limit for this mode, but there must be at least 100 total players on the field. In War mode, it mirrors a conflict with equitable conditions, with both factions engaging in battle on a field with evenly matched soldiers of comparable cultivation levels. The first faction to lose all soldiers will lose. However, you won't be able to participate in this unless you can match your opponent's soldiers' prowess and number, and vice versa. You need at least 100 players from each faction to participate, but there is no player limit. Capture the Flag is similar to Siege mode, but you must steal the enemy's flag and bring it back to your base before they can do the same to your flag. Each faction is limited to 300 players in this mode. In Scavenger mode, both factions will scavenge items scattered across a spacious field and bring them back to base, with each retrieved item granting points. As long as the item hasn't been retrieved, the opponent can steal it. The one with the highest point in the end wins. Each faction is limited to 30 players in this mode. Last but not least, Tournament mode. In this mode, both factions will select their strongest members to fight against each other on a traditional stage. The fights will be one-on-one, and the winner of the match may continue fighting in the second match until they lose. The first one to defeat all of their opponent's fighters will win. Each faction is limited to 10 players. For all of these modes, except Tournament mode, each participant will wear a badge that represents their life. If one's badge is destroyed, they're considered dead, can no longer participate in the match, and will be removed from the battlefield. This keeps the participants from purposefully aiming at each other's necks, keeping them safe. Also, the weapons provided cannot slice flesh, but can break bones. I'm impressed. This is pretty well thought out. It sounded dangerous at first, but it turned out to be quite safe. Yuan said. Of course. Faction war is akin to sports nowadays. After all, while we have had some casualties, some accidents cannot be avoided when everyone is a cultivator. All right, give me a moment to think now, Yuan said. A few minutes later, he spoke. Let's do Siggy mode. What about the number of players? You need at least 1,000 total players to participate. So with 12 members on your side, your enemy needs to have at least 988 players. Yuan smiled and said, no limit. They can bring all 40,000 of their members if they want. What? But that's... Chairman Li was left speechless by Yuan's arrogance. Even by Lianhua and Yu couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a madman. I'm serious. I want them to attack us with full force. If that's truly what you want, it is, Yuan confirmed. I understand. Any cultivation limit? Nope. What about martial techniques? Do you want to allow the usage of martial techniques? Omicron M, of course. What would you like to challenge them? Right now. And give them until tomorrow midnight to respond. If they accept, can you schedule the match to start within a few days? A few days? That's quite the rush, but it's possible if we push all scheduled matches back a day. It will probably upset the other factions, though actually probably not. I'm sure they'll understand. This is the famous Demon Sealing faction's debut, after all. All right, I have all the information I need. I will notify the Fiery Locust Swarm of your challenge right away. Thank you, Chairman Li. To show my gratitude, they'll donate some techniques to the Cultivators Association later, said Yuan. Chapter 1456 Demon Sealing Factions Challenge Request. Chapter 1456 Demon Sealing Factions Challenge Request. 1456 Demon Sealing Factions Challenge Request. When Chairman Li heard Yuan planned on donating some techniques to the Cultivators Association, he immediately jumped up and down in excitement. After all, anything that came from player Yuan was definitely very precious and significant. Also, if you don't mind, can you spread the news about the Demon Sealing Faction challenging the Fiery Locust Swarm? If everyone is aware of it, it might be harder for them to reject our challenge, Yuan suddenly suggested. Of course, we can arrange that for you. Then I will call you back once I have a response from the Fiery Locust Swarm. Thank you. Yuan closed the call and turned to look at Lianhua, who had been staring at him with wide eyes and a loose jaw throughout the entire call. Seeing her reaction, he simply smiled in silence. Do you really plan on fighting 40,000 people with 12? Yuro suddenly asked with a worried look on her face. Yuan shook his head, but before they could say anything else, he spoke. No, we don't plan on making everyone participate. Mei Feng, for example. I don't want to make her fight, so we'll have 11 people at most. Unbelievable, Lianhua muttered in a dazed voice. Nobody will think you have a chance of winning this faction war, you know? That's fine. I don't expect anyone to anyway. Then he dialed another number on his phone and raised it to his ear again. Hello, Miss Mei Feng? This is going to be very sudden and out of the blue, but I just challenged another faction to a faction war. If they agree, we'll begin in a few days. Huh? Faction war? With whom? Mei Feng didn't bother asking him why. Fiery Locust Swarm. Yuan did not expect Mei Feng to know about them, but to his surprise, she started mumbling about their statistics as though she was their manager. Fiery Locust Swarm is ranked 86th in the world. It had 39,500 members last month. It has approximately 30,000 spirit apprentices, 9,000 spirit warriors, 300 spirit masters, 7 spirit grandmasters, and 1 first-level spirit lord. How do you have so much information on them? Yuan couldn't help but ask. As the manager of the Demon Sealing Faction, it is my duty to know everything about our potential competitors. I have information on every faction that wasn't recently founded. I appreciate the effort, but there's really no point wasting your effort on this, Miss Mei Feng. It hardly requires any effort on my part, so I don't mind it. If you say so. Anyways, can you let the others know about it whenever you see them? They are not required to participate, either. Okay, I will let them know. What about the nature of the faction war? Mei Feng then asked. Siege mode. Understand. Then I will give you a call when I have a response from the Fiery Locust Swarm. Yes, young master. After Yuan hung up the phone, Lianhua said to him, Yuan, do you know why it's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to win a faction war alone, even if you have a superior cultivation? It's because you need to hold back your strength so that you don't accidentally cripple or kill your opponents, especially when you're surrounded by enemies in a heated battle. In order to prevent players from killing each other, real weapons are strictly forbidden, and one's life is represented by a badge around their waist. In a fight, you cannot attack your opponent with the intention to kill or purposefully cripple them. However, with martial techniques allowed, it is still possible to accidentally cripple or kill someone with our bare hands. When that happens, you will automatically be disqualified and removed from the faction war. During my first faction war after the system update, I tried a little too hard and nearly killed a spirit apprentice, which got me disqualified and removed, costing us the match. Since then, I instinctively hold back and haven't used even half of my strength. Lianhua sighed. I see, that does make sense. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly suggested, Hey, would you mind letting me spar with your members? Huh? You want to spar with my members? Lianhua's eyes widened with shock. No way. Are you trying to bully my fellow sisters, Brother Yuan? Yuro spoke up in a somewhat joking tone. Yuan chuckled and elaborated. Of course not. I want to practice holding back my strength, and this will be good training for them, since I will also be giving them combat advice. Training with you, huh? That might not be a bad idea. I won't mind it as long as you can guarantee that none of my members will be harmed too badly. Lianhua said, "Don't worry. It's not like I don't know how to control my strength at all, and I don't intend on actually hitting them." Huh? Then what's the point of sparring? We will treat it like it's a faction war and try to destroy the other's badge. Oh, I see what you're trying to do now. Okay, I approve of it. I will let the others know, so you can start tomorrow. Lianhua said. Okay. Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, shortly after Chairman Li sent the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request to Fiery Locust Swarm, an anonymous source tipped off news agencies around the world. The source revealed that the Demon Sealing Faction had challenged the Fiery Locust Swarm to a faction war, which quickly spread online like wildfire. Forum threads and discussions about the challenge quickly filled every website and channel related to factions. But since Yuan was involved, it also spread to Cultivation online networks. In fact, news had spread so quickly that the Fiery Locust Swarm learned of the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request to them through online forums before they even saw it in their personal notifications, which greatly shocked all of its members, sending the entire faction into a turmoil. Chapter 1457 Fiery Locust Swarms Response. Chapter 1457 Fiery Locust Swarms Response. 1457 Fiery Locust Swarms Response. Miss Walker. There's been an emergency. A servant urgently knocked on Fiery Queen's bedroom door. The door opened a few moments later, and Fiery Queen stepped out of the room in her pajamas. What the hell is going on? She muttered in an irritated voice. The Demon Sealing Faction has just issued a challenge to the Fiery Locust Swarm. The servant stammered, his words heavy with the news. Demon Sealing Faction? Fiery Queen did not immediately recognize the name and wore a puzzled look on her face. The Demon Sealing Faction is the one founded by player Yuan. The servant elaborated. What? Player Yuan? Fiery Queen instantly recognized his name and almost choked on her saliva from shock. He challenged the Fiery Locust Swarm to a faction war. Why would he suddenly do this? Fiery Queen suddenly recalled that Yuan's little sister was part of by Lianhua's faction. That little bitch must have cried to her brother about it. Wait a minute. Fiery Queen's anxiousness abruptly disappeared when she realized another thing. How many members does the Demon Sealing Faction have, again? Last I checked, they only had 11 members, she asked the servant, who quickly pulled out his phone and started typing. According to the database, they only have 12 members. Only 12 members? Fiery Queen held a dumbfounded look on her face after hearing this information. After a moment of silence, she burst out laughing. Ha ha! 12. They're challenging the Fiery Locust Swarm with just 12 people? They must be out of their damn minds. Fuck! I was actually worried for a second there because of player Yuan. This is actually great news since there's no way they could defeat the Fiery Locust Swarm in a faction war. Even if player Yuan's Cultivation is its Spirit King, they won't help him defeat 1,000 people, much less 40,000, and he will surely make a mistake and get himself disqualified. Fiery Queen clenched her fists in excitement at this chance to defeat player Yuan once and for all. Call Soup Wachin for me, she said to her servant. After dialing Su Bokin's number, the servant handed his phone to her. Hello, who's this? It's me. Miss Walker. I was expecting your call. You must be calling because of the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request to us. Yes, that's right. Just in case, what are the terms? Did they impose any limits? Well, they want to do siege mode with no player or cultivation limitation. They're also allowing martial techniques. Ha ha ha. No limitations? Are they insane? Have they even been keeping up to date with the rest of the world? Or do they spend all of their time in? Do they truly believe they can defeat 40,000 players with just 12 in siege mode? Fiery Queen was not laughing alone at this moment. Countless people around the world were laughing at the Demon Sealing Faction's seemingly foolish decision after seeing the terms, filling the internet with mockery. No player or cultivation limitation. Is the Demon Sealing Faction that arrogant? Or are they simply insane? Do they realize that they'll have to defend their castle against 40,000 players with just 12? Honestly, they probably don't even know the rules since this is their first time participating in a faction war. But why pick the fiery Locust Swarm, a top 100 faction, as their first target? Are they on bad terms with each other or something? They're probably doing this just for attention because they've become irrelevant, or they're being paid. It's their own fault for losing relevance. Not only do they seem to have no intention of increasing their members, but they also don't participate in anything. Why did they even create the faction in the first place? Omicron him despite Yuan's popularity. Few stood by him or defended his decision. In fact, some outright lost all respect for him, openly criticizing his choices. What a fucking arrogant bastard. He thinks he's invincible or something just because he got lucky in Cultivation Online. I cannot wait to see them being obliterated during the faction war. Get them good, fiery Locust Swarm. Put them in their place. Subuchin, I want you to accept their challenge. Fiery Queen said shortly after learning of the terms. Are you sure? What about the Eternal Lotuses? Forget about them. I am only messing with them because I cannot directly mess with player Yuan, and they're obviously supporting him. How about the faction war? Even though there are no player limitations, we should still set some limits to avoid being ridiculed for using a sledgehammer to crack open an egg. Who cares if you're ridiculed? Send everyone. I want you to completely and utterly destroy player Yuan and his faction. And it's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows what that tricky bastard is up his sleeves? What about the payment? Will you still pay us the rest of the money, even though we won't be fighting Eternal Lotuses? Of course, I will still honor the rest of the payment. In fact, I will increase the payment, depending on how much you humiliate them. The more satisfied I am, the more money I'm willing to give you. Ha ha ha. This is great. Thank you, Miss Walker. You will not be disappointed. Subuchin laughed out loud. Then I will immediately respond to their challenge and accept it. Very well. Keep me updated. Of course. After hanging up, Subuchin accepted the Demon Sealing Faction's challenge request. Ding! Fiery Locust Swarm has accepted your challenge. Please wait for your match to be scheduled. Meifeng smiled when she saw this notification. Chairman Li had been staring at his screen since he sent out the challenge request, so he immediately saw the fiery Locust Swarm's response. He swiftly picked up the phone and called Yuan to relay the news. Yes, they have responded and accepted your challenge. Of course, I will immediately schedule your match and call you back when I have a date. No, thank you. Chairman Li hung up and started working on his computer again. Chapter 1458 in 3 days. Chapter 1458 in 3 days, 1458 in 3 days. Although Chairman Li could have scheduled the Demon Sealing Faction's faction war the next day, he wanted to give everyone a chance to prepare, so he scheduled the match to begin in 3 days. After pushing back a month's worth of scheduled faction wars, Chairman Li confirmed the match schedule and called Yuan to notify him of the news. Yes, the match will start at noon on the Great Battlefield in 3 days. I can guide you if you don't know how to get there. If we travel by plane, it's about 8 hours away from the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Thank you for the offer, but I already have people guiding me there, said Yuan. I understand. Then, good night. After hanging up, Yuan called Meifeng to notify her of the faction war. Yes, the fiery Locust Swarm has accepted our challenge, and our match is scheduled to begin in 3 days at noon. Do you know how to get to the Great Battlefield? Yes, I do. Then can you bring the others there? I will meet you guys there. Of course. We'll see you there. Yuan hung up the phone, turned to look at Lianhua, and said, now that that's settled, let's get some rest tonight and start our training tomorrow. Okay, it'll get you a RO. Before Lianhua could finish her sentence, Yu stood up and declared, Brother will sleep with me. My bed is big enough to fit 2 people comfortably, too. Yuan looked at her with a bittersweet smile. Aren't you an independent adult now? That has nothing to do with us sleeping together like before. You owe me, at the very least, this much for not visiting me sooner. Yuan sighed in a defeated voice. All right, we can sleep together. Good night, senior sister. Good night, Lianhua, Yuan said to her before following Yu to her room. They quickly lay in bed inside Yu's room, but did not immediately go to sleep. Brother, what do you think's going to happen to our world? I can't say nothing will happen since we're already past that point, and there will surely be more changes in the future, but I will do my best to protect it from being harmed by foreign or domestic forces. I know that you're trying to protect the world, but please take care of yourself. You're much more important to the world for me, and if I had to choose to sacrifice one, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the world if it means keeping you safe. Yu spoke in a low voice. Yuan smiled. I will do my best. They fell asleep shortly after while holding hands. Early in the morning the following day, Lianhua gathered every member in her faction, which numbered in the thousands, at the training grounds. Once everyone gathered, Lianhua began speaking. I'm sure most, if not all of you heard this by now, that our opponent, Fiery Locust Swarm, has been challenged by the Demon Sealing faction. If you're wondering why they would do something like that, you can ask the person who challenged the Fiery Locust Swarm himself, as he will be training with us for the next several days. What? Did this happen last night? Player Yuan is here. I knew my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, and that I saw him yesterday. Where's Player Yuan right now? A stir of commotion rippled through the crowd. He should be arriving at any moment. I'm here. Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, causing everyone there to turn their heads to stare at him like a group of seagulls before food. Seeing how much attention he was getting from females, Yu, who was beside him, frowned slightly. It's really Player Yuan. You're my idol, Player Yuan. Are you really going to train with us? Yuan jumped onto one of the stages there and started answering their questions. Please just call me Yuan. Yes, I'll be training with you guys to prepare for the upcoming faction war with the Fiery Locust Swarm. Why did you challenge the Fiery Locust Swarm? Did you do it to help us? Someone raised a hand and asked. As a friend of Lianhua, I cannot sit still when her beloved faction is being bullied. Not to mention that my precious little sister is also part of the faction. However, I'm not doing this for a noble cause, so I don't deserve any gratitude you may feel toward me. How confident are you in defeating the Fiery Locust Swarm? I saw the terms, and it doesn't play to your advantage. Someone else expressed their worry. Yuan smiled and said, I won't say that victory is guaranteed, but I am confident in our abilities. Isn't this the Demon Sealing faction's first time participating in a faction war? How can you be confident in something you've never experienced? While I may not have any experience in faction wars, I certainly know a thing or two about fighting a large number of opponents at once. Sometime later, after answering several more questions, Yuan said, Anyways, let's talk about our training now. For training, I'm going to be sparring with everyone here, but we're going to treat it as though we are in a faction war, such as representing our life with a badge by the waist. Everyone here will have exactly 30 seconds to take my life. If you successfully do so, I will reward you a divine rank technique. What? Everyone there expressed immense shock after hearing his words. Also, I won't use any techniques, and I won't attack you for the first 30 seconds. Once I start attacking, if you're able to keep your life for 10 seconds, I will reward you with a divine rank technique, so you'll have 2 chances to receive the reward. What? They cried out loud again. Are you serious? You won't go back on your words, right? Yuan chuckled and said, I promise you that I am serious. Yu nodded. I vouch for my brother's integrity. Me too. Lianhua also chimed in. Hearing this, the others cheered loudly, causing the place to tremble with their volume alone. Chapter 1459 Training with Eternal Lotuses. Chapter 1459 Training with Eternal Lotuses. 1459 Training with Eternal Lotuses. After the announcement, members of the Eternal Lotuses started going onto the stage to spar with Yuan. You are free to use any martial technique you want, and don't hold back, Yuan said to the short young lady, standing a few meters in front of him. You may begin whenever you are ready. A few seconds later, the young lady flew forward and started swinging her sword at Yuan without reservation. her eyes as fierce as a tiger's as she unleashed her most powerful martial technique. The young lady was a 7th-level spirit warrior, so even her most powerful attack posed no threat to Yuan, who easily dodged it. As he continued dodging her attacks, Yuan lectured her about the mistakes in her movements and swordsmanship, and even told her the method for fixing them. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye for the spectators and the fighters on the stage, and Yuan announced, "I will be aiming for your life now." He raised his wooden training sword and closed their distance in an instant. Wah! Before the young lady could even react, Yuan stabbed his sword directly at the wooden badge hanging around her waist, destroying it. In less than a second, Yuan had taken her life. This greatly shocked the spectators, as none of them were able to follow Yuan's movements when he attacked. Wow, did anyone see what just happened? Even though I stared at him without blinking, I couldn't see his movement until after Head destroyed her badge. It's as though he stopped time or something. Did he use a technique? Or is he simply just that fast? Next, Yuan ignored the side comments and called for the next challenger. Since the Eternal Lotuses had around 5,000 members, he had very little time to spare if he wanted to spar with everyone there before the faction war. Time passed quickly, and an entire day had passed before anyone realized it. Yuan continuously sparred with the members there without any breaks from day to night. After hundreds of matches, nobody could destroy Yuan's badge, and nobody there could last more than 5 seconds when Yuan started attacking. I will stay on this stage until nobody is willing to challenge me, or I have to leave for the faction war, Yuan declared, dumbfounding the members there. However, they also saw this as a chance. They thought that if Yuan continued sparring with them, he would eventually get tired and make mistakes. Thus, the Eternal Lotuses continued sparring with Yuan throughout the entire night. Sometime in the afternoon on the second day, the Eternal Lotuses members noticed Yuan's movements getting slower. He also wasn't instantly destroying their badges. Yes, he must be getting tired. It's only a matter of time before he's exhausted and makes a mistake. The girls clenched their fists in excitement, and their motivation to defeat him peaked. Yuan continued to grow increasingly slower and more sluggish with his movements throughout the day. Yet, nobody was close to destroying his badge or lasting more than 10 seconds during his offense. How come we're unable to defeat him even though he's clearly exhausted? Is he really exhausted, though? What if he's just messing with us? No way, but he's been fighting thousands of matches without any rest. Even a spirit lord would get tired. Suddenly, a familiar face entered the stage to face Yuan. "It's my turn, Brother Yuan." Yu greeted him with a smile. Yuan smiled back and said, "Let me see how much you've grown." Just like in Cultivation Online, Yu's choice of weapon was the fan. "You know, one of the Demon Sealing faction members also wields the fan," Yuan said. Omicron M. "Oh, really?" "Yes. If he participates in the faction war, you'll be able to see him fight. Maybe you'll even learn a thing or two." "I can't wait." Not wanting to let Yuan rest for another second, Yu suddenly used a movement technique to close their distance. "Your movements aren't bad, but they could be better, sharper," Yuan said as he turned his head around to face Yu, who was already swinging her fan at his face. However, halfway into her strike, Yu activated her movement technique again. "How about you now?" Yu smiled inwardly when Yuan didn't follow her movements a second time and was still staring at her previous location. However, right as her fan was able to smack him in the back of the head, Yuan casually moved his arm to block the incoming strike with a single finger. Wah! Yuan's eyes shifted to stare at her, emitting an intense pressure. Sensing his gaze, Yu's entire body trembled, and without hesitation, she jumped back to distance herself from him. "Not bad, Yu. If you hadn't backed away just now, I would have taken your life." Yuan smiled and continued. "Also, you're the first one to aim for my head instead of my badge, and that strike contained enough strength to break someone's skull. Can you blame me?" "You did tell us not to hold back," she responded with a stiff smile. "You're right, and I am not blaming you. Come, you've got another 15 seconds left." He beckoned her with the finger he used to block her strike. Yu nodded and quickly approached him again. 15 seconds passed, but Yu was unable to break his badge. My turn now. Yuan used his movement technique for the first time, disappearing into thin air like a ghost. What? Where did he go? Yu was left baffled by his disappearance. A split second later, she sensed a weird sensation coming from her waist, causing her to look down. That was when she realized her badge had been destroyed. Wow, I thought he would go easy on her, because she's his little sister, but he took her life in less than a second. The spectators were amazed by Yuan's movement technique, which allowed him to get behind Yu like a ghost. I knew you were acting tired, brother. Yu turned around to look at him with a bittersweet smile. Yuan chuckled. You guys were starting to slack off, so I had to motivate you guys again. The next person to enter the stage was another familiar face. I don't care about the divine rank technique, so let's have a proper spar without the 30-second time limit, Lianhua said as she stepped onto the stage. Yuan nodded, sure. Chapter 1460 Sparring with Lianhua. Chapter 1460 Sparring with Lianhua. 1460 Sparring with Lianhua. Whenever you are ready, Yuan said as he casually stood on the stage with a calm smile on his face. Lianhua readied her sword and took a deep breath before dashing at Yuan at full speed. Lianhua began their confrontation with a quick sword thrust that aimed straight at the spot between Yuan's eyebrows. She expected Yuan to easily dodge her strike, and he did. So without delay, she immediately raised her right leg to kick his waist, aiming for his badge. However, right as her feet reached his badge, Yuan's hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed onto her leg. Seeing that she had been caught, Lianhua hastily pulled her feet back, but quickly realized that she did not have the strength to break out of Yuan's hold. Yet, she did not panic and swung her sword at his face for a second time. However, she was forced to stop mid-swing when Yuan abruptly lifted her into the air and swung her around like a cowboy with a rope. Yuan! Lianhua cried out loud. A few more circles later, Yuan tossed her to the other side of the stage. After barely landing on her feet, Lianhua looked at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief about what had just transpired. The spectators also couldn't believe their eyes. Yuan, can you treat our fight more seriously? Lianhua asked with a sigh. But I am, he said with a nonchalant expression. Lianhua was speechless. After a moment of silence, she clenched her sword and charged at him again. This time, she kept her distance and used a martial technique. Illusion sword arts. Lianhua propelled her sword in a stabbing motion, aimed at Yuan's forehead again. However, from the spectator's view, there were several swords flying at Yuan, almost as though Lianhua grew a few extra arms. There it is. Senior sister's illusion sword art. Wow, she's managed to create 7 illusions. Yuan raised an eyebrow at the crowd's mumbling. 7 illusions? What are they talking about? He wondered inwardly, as he couldn't see any illusions. Once Lianhua's sword almost reached him, Yuan casually swung his sword, deflecting the strike. He saw through it so easily. As expected of Yuan, not even senior sister can fool him. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan's soul strength was so high that Lianhua's illusion sword arts were completely ineffective against him. In fact, Yuan thought he had to defend against invisible attacks. Lianhua sucked her teeth after seeing how easily Yuan had blocked one of her stronger techniques. Okay, let's fight for real now. Lianhua released her cultivation base, filling the headquarters with the aura of a peak spirit lord. Yuan nodded and also released his cultivation. Even though he was only a peak spirit grandmaster, the aura and pressure he exuded were far superior to Lianhua's, who was an entire realm higher. The spectators subconsciously distanced themselves from the stage. Here I come, Lianhua warned as she flew at him, unleashing a series of powerful sword techniques. Yuan did not back away, even approaching her as he blocked and deflected all of her strikes with ordinary sword swings. However, since his wooden sword could not handle Lianhua's spiritual energy alone, He had to cover it with his own energy. Over the next several minutes, Lianhua showcased all of her techniques and experience without holding anything back. On the other hand, Yuan only casually swung his sword without any techniques. However, his thousands of years of experience in combat was overwhelming and as clear as day, even to the inexperienced. Several more minutes later, using nothing but ordinary sword techniques, Yuan cornered Lianhua and made her feel completely hopeless. It's your win. Lianhua dropped her sword and forfeited. Yuan lowered his sword, and both withdrew their cultivation bases. The moment their spiritual energy dispersed, the wooden sword in Lianhua's grasp cracked. Meanwhile, the sword in Yuan's grasp exploded into thousands of tiny fragments. Seeing this, Lianhua sighed, I couldn't even get you to use a single technique. I am simply too weak. Yuan shook his head and said, Don't feel bad. Unless you've practiced sword techniques since you were young, you're already very good with the sword at your age. What about you? Does that mean you've been practicing sword techniques even before you were born? She asked in a joking tone. He smiled. Something like that. He then swept the crowd with a calm gaze and asked, Does anyone else want to spar? You should get some rest, Yuan. After all, the faction war between Demon Sealing Faction and Fiery Locust Swarm is tomorrow. I will rest as soon as everyone gets their chance to spar with me. After sparring for a few more hours, Yuan spent the rest of the day teaching Yu Ro how to wield her fan properly. Since when did you learn to use the fan, brother? I thought you only learned to use the sword and dagger. Yu Ro asked him after seeing how perfectly he handled the fan. He casually lied. I trained with several other weapons during my spare time, such as the fan and spear. In reality, the god of war had complete mastery over every weapon in existence, and Yuan merely remembered how to use them after regaining Xian's memories. Later that night, Yuan left the headquarters of Eternal Lotuses with Yu Ro, Lianhua, and Xia Jingyi, Yu Rao's friend, who joined the Eternal Lotuses at the same time. Good luck, Yuan. Give those bastards a good beating. I know you can do it. Sometime later. It's been a while, Yuan. Sorry, I didn't spar with you. As a Zither cultivator, I have a mostly support role, so it would be a waste of time to spar with you, Xia Jingyi said to him as they made their way to the airport. Yuan casually waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I understand your special position. Zither cultivators are not suited for one-on-one until you have a high enough cultivation, after all. Chapter 1461, The Great Battlefield. Chapter 1461, The Great Battlefield. 1461, The Great Battlefield. Don't look down on her, because she cannot fight one-on-one, Brother Yuan. She's an excellent supporter and an even better fighter when it comes to fighting in groups, Yu Ro suddenly said. Her buffs are amazing, and her Zither arts allow her to fight multiple people at once. She's the perfect supporter. Lianhua nodded in agreement. Yes, she's a valuable asset to the faction, so much so that many have tried to poach her from us. Yuan smiled and said, I wasn't looking down on her. Xia Jingyi blushed from all their praises and said in a bashful voice, You're giving me too much credit, Yu Ro. Although my Zither arts can cover a large area, I lack control, so I'm often disqualified for accidentally injuring the opponents too much. That's true for now, but if you keep practicing, you'll eventually reach a level where you can destroy many badges at once from a distance. You'll be unstoppable then. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips curling into a mysterious smile as he absorbed Yu Rao's words. Xia Jingyi shook her head and sighed. That's easier said than done. Attacking several people at once, precisely at that, requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and perfect control. That could take decades of practice, and I'm not sure I have the talents for it. Have some faith in yourself, Sister Jingyi. You definitely have the talent for it. Eventually, they arrived at the airport. Lianhua, who had a private jet stationed at this airport, entered through the back door with the others. We'll arrive at the great battlefield in 6 hours, Lianhua said as they boarded the jet. Wow. This is my first time flying on a private jet, said Xia, who looked around excitedly. Yuan and Yu Rou had their fair share of experience with private jets in the Yu family, especially Yuan, who used it the most to travel around the world for his music concerts. Sometime later, the plane started moving and quickly ascended into the clouds. The spiritual energy in the sky is much cleaner and denser than it is on the ground, so you should use this opportunity to improve your cultivation. Bai Lianhua said to Yu Rou and Xia. Yes. Unfortunately for Yuan and Bai Lianhua, their cultivation was simply too high for Earth, so they could only efficiently cultivate through treasures from the Nine Heavens. Bai Lianhua retrieved several spirit stones and offered a few to Yuan, saying, "Do you want some?" Yuan shook his head with a smile. "Thank you, but I would need millions of spirit stones to increase even a single level." "That much?" Bai Lianhua's eyes widened with shock. "But you're only a spirit grandmaster. Even I don't need that many spirit stones to break through as a spirit lord. My boat is a little unique." "I don't doubt that." Bai Lianhua chuckled. "Go ahead and cultivate without me. I'll give you a little boost." Yuan suddenly said, "Huh? What do you mean?" Bai Lianhua looked at him with raised eyebrows in a questioning manner. Yuan retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither and replied, "You'll find out in a moment. Just start cultivating." Bai Lianhua nodded and closed her eyes to cultivate. A few minutes later, once Bai Lianhua was absorbed in her cultivation, Yuan looked at his zither and took a deep breath before playing it. When Bai Lianhua heard the music, she found herself oddly more relaxed and comfortable instead of being distracted by it, allowing her to concentrate even better than before. It's much easier cultivating. Bai Lianhua quickly realized the effects of Yuan's profound music. Yu Rou and Xia were also shocked by this realization. To increase one's cultivation speed through music, he's truly on a different level. Xia was left in awe. Yuan played the zither non-stop for the entire 6-hour flight, greatly assisting the others' cultivation. Xia even experienced a breakthrough, entering the 9th level of Spirit Master. Thank you, Yuan. I was able to break through much sooner than expected because of your music." She thanked him after the jet landed. "I didn't even know improving another's cultivation speed with zither art was possible. You've opened my eyes again." Bai Lianhua said, "Do you think you can teach Sister Jingyi?" Yu Rou asked. I don't think that's necessary." Xia quickly said. However, Yuan shook his head and said, "Even if I want to teach her, this isn't something that can be taught. After all, it isn't as simple as giving her a sheet of musical notes to play with. It's not the song that matters, but how you incorporate your spiritual energy, emotions, and experience into your performance." "Emotions and experience? How does one do that?" Yu Rou asked out of curiosity. "For example, anyone can sing a love song, but those who understand the essence of love and are able to express it through their voice will typically sound better than someone who has never experienced love. When I performed just now, I incorporated my cultivation experience into my zither arts. But there's no need to worry. She will eventually learn it as long as she continues to practice." "Wow, I didn't know zither art was so complicated. Sister Jingyi always makes it seem so easy." "My respect for you just increased, Sister Jingyi." Sometime later, they'd aboard the jet. As he walked down the steps and approached the vehicle parked beside the jet, Yuan used his divine sense to quickly sweep the entire island. The island was massive and resembled a resort. It had an airport, several docks for those traveling by sea, a section that had hundreds of hotels, a marketplace, a food court, and last but not least, 6 distinct arenas, each for a specific faction war mode. "This place is quite crowded," Yuan muttered out loud. "That's natural. The great battlefield has millions of unique visitors every day." Bai Lianhua said. "Anyway, where are we meeting the others? They haven't arrived yet and should be arriving soon. Let's get some food first, shall we?" "Okay." Chapter 1462, Fewer Than Anticipated. Chapter 1462, Fewer Than Anticipated. 1462, Fewer Than Anticipated. After leaving the airport, Yuan and the others ventured to the food court, a bustling hub housing over 100 restaurants offering diverse cuisines from around the world. However, before they left the airport, Yuan handed everyone there an appearance-altering pill to hide their identity, as Yuan had learned his lesson several days ago and didn't want to be recognized. Upon arriving at the food court, spent nearly an hour exploring the place before finally settling on a steakhouse. Half an hour into their dining, Yuan received a text message notifying him of her arrival. "We have arrived at the Great Battlefield." Yuan responded with their location. "We're currently dining in the food court at Spirit Steakhouse. We'll be there shortly. They have landed and will be coming here," Yuan said to the others as they savored the juicy steaks before them. An hour later, Mei Feng showed up with the Demon Sealing faction, at least those who planned on participating in the faction war. By the time Mei Feng showed up, Yuan and the others had already finished eating and were waiting for them outside the restaurant. Of course, he told her about their disguise. "This is everyone." Yuan stared at Mei Feng and her group with a raised eyebrow. "I'm sorry, young master, but the others haven't logged off." Mei Feng sighed. Yuan silently looked at the members who had followed Mei Feng. There was Wang Bingbing, Shi Lang, and Wu Zhao. 3 people in total. "Seriously? You're going to fight the fiery Locust swarm with this many people?" Lianhua was speechless. Yuan nodded. "Although this is fewer than I'd anticipated, for is more than enough. If I could, I would even fight them alone." "What do you mean for, young master? I am also participating, you know," Mei Feng suddenly said. "Huh, you really don't have to, Miss Mei Feng. I don't want you to feel like you need to fight for us. After all, you're already doing enough as our caretaker and manager." "Nonsense. If you're worried about me, that I cannot fight, allow me to remind you who taught Meishio how to fight." "That's right, it was me." Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, "That's not it, Miss Mei Feng. I'm not doubting your ability in combat. I just thought you wouldn't be interested in something like faction wars." "Now, why would you assume that? I have been anticipating the day we participated in one since I started studying about factions. In fact, if you hadn't brought it up, I would have mentioned it sooner or later." Mei Feng responded with a slight smile. Is that so?" Yuan was speechless. "Anyway, while I said that, I shall take the role of ruler during the faction war since I have the lowest cultivation base among us," she said. Yuan nodded. "Okay. By the way, we still have some time before the faction war. You should grab some food here before then." "It's okay, we ate on the flight here. We should take this time to plan for the faction war," Wang Bingbing said. "Plan? Do we really need a plan?" Yuan asked. "Of course. How else are we going to deal with 40,000 people with just the 5 of us?" Yuan then said, "I was going to let you guys have some fun before I step in. Let's have some fun. How confident are you in defeating them? I know you're strong enough to kill all of them in a real fight, but we cannot harm them too much in a faction war." Wu Zhao asked. "I am aware. Don't worry about winning or how I'll deal with them. Just enjoy your own battle." Mei Feng then said, "I have watched all of their previous matches. They won't send all of their members at once and will probably try to drag it out. Why don't we talk elsewhere? Preferably somewhere quieter," Shi Lang said. Omicron they left the food court and went to a nearby park. Although the place was also crowded, it wasn't as noisy as the food court. Like I was saying, the fiery Locust swarm most likely won't try to finish the faction war too quickly, so they'll send their members slowly. After all, they have plenty of people to spare, and the spectators would crucify them for ending it so soon. Mei Feng said, "That makes sense." Yuan nodded and continued. "Moreover, they're working for Fiery Queen. She'll definitely use this chance to humiliate me as revenge for what I did to her in Cultivation Online." He turned to look at Wang Bingbing and the others and said, "Just consider this faction war as part of your training. In fact, let's make this into a little game. Excluding me, whoever gets the most kills during the faction war will receive an ancient rank martial technique from me." Wang Bingbing's eyes flickered with excitement after hearing this, and she asked, "Is that it? No restrictions?" He shook his head. Do you have any ancient rank martial techniques for a fan wielder like me? Wu Zhao asked. Of course. What about me? I won't be able to fight as the ruler. Mei Feng said. Yuan smiled and said, if you want any specific technique, just let me know. Do you have any spear techniques? Oh, you decided to use the spear? She nodded. It was either the spear or the staff since I spent a lot of time wielding a broom and mop. Why you decided your weapon based on that? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. She merely nodded with a slight smile. Sometime later, Yuan received a phone call from Chairman Li. Have you guys arrived at the great battlefield yet? Chairman Li asked. Yes. Can you start making your way to Arena 1? I will give you a quick briefing before the faction war begins. All right, we will start heading there now. Then I will see you soon. After hanging up, Yuan and the others started making their way to Arena 1, which also happens to be the largest arena on the island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1463 Faction War Rules. Chapter 1463 Faction War Rules. 1463 Faction War Rules. As Yuan and the others approached Arena 1, they were met with the sight of a sea of people clamoring to enter the arena. Heavens, there are a lot more people today than usual. There are probably millions of people in line. Yuro muttered in a dazed voice when she saw the crowded scene. It's no surprise, and ID wager that everyone here has come to witness the Demon Sealing Faction's debut, Lianhua remarked with a calm smile. After taking a moment to scan the scene with his divine sense, Yuan found Chairman Li standing by the second entrance meant for participants. Of course, the 40,000 members of Fiery Locust Swarm were also there, trying to enter the arena. Yuan and the others approached the entrance. Chairman Li noticed Mei Feng first due to her maid outfit and beauty. I've been waiting for you. Let's go to your room first, he said to them. Okay. The members of the Fiery Locust Swarm stared at Chairman Li and the others with raised eyebrows. Who are they? How come the chairman of the Cultivators Association is personally greeting them at the entrance? I don't recognize them. Due to Yuan and the other notable identities still being disguised, nobody from the Fiery Locust Swarm recognized them as their upcoming opponent, the Demon Sealing Faction. Once Chairman Li led Yuan and his group inside the arena, the Fiery Locust Swarm quickly stopped thinking about it and resumed talking about their upcoming match. I still cannot believe that the Demon Sealing Faction would challenge us with a mere dozen people. Just what are they thinking? They've probably gone mad from playing too much. I never thought the day I would contribute to player Yuan's defeat would ever come, but it's so close I can already taste it. Sometime later, Yuan and the others sat down before a long, round table inside a spacious office. I've been wondering this since I saw you guys, but where are the rest? There are only 8 of you. Chairman Li asked. HM? Oh no, we're not members of the Demon Sealing Faction, Lianhua said, and she proceeded to remove her disguise. You, White Lotus. Yuro and Xia Jingyi also removed their disguise. W8. So there are only 5 members from the Demon Sealing Faction? Are the others okay? Yuan removed his disguise and nodded. Yes, they're fine, but they won't be participating in the faction war. Excuse me? Chairman Li stared at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He slowly counted the people in the room, excluding those from Eternal Lotuses. After counting 5 of them, he started counting again just in case he miscounted. 5 of you? Are you really planning on fighting the Fiery Locust Swarm with just the 5 of you? Chairman Li found the situation too absurd to believe. Yes, there shouldn't be any problems, right? After all, you technically only need 2 people to participate in the siege mode. There's no problem, but I know what you're thinking, but have some faith in us. Also, as this will be the Demon Sealing Faction's first appearance, we should make it as shocking as possible. It will definitely be shocking, but unless you defeat the Fiery Locust Swarm, it won't be the good kind. Chairman Li shook his head. Anyways, I won't say anything else on this topic since it won't change anything. Instead, let me brief you about your upcoming faction war. He retrieved several pieces of paper and handed them to the Demon Sealing faction members. The first page explains the rules of siege mode. First and foremost, you are forbidden from seriously injuring or killing a player. While accidents happen, you will still be held responsible and removed from the faction war. If you purposefully try to seriously harm or kill another player, your faction will automatically be disqualified, which will be considered as a loss, and you will also be forbidden from participating in another match for 4 years. Next, the match will have a 6-hour time limit. If neither faction is able to kill the other's ruler in 6 hours, the faction with the most players alive will be declared the victor. Weapons will be provided to the players, so they are forbidden from bringing their own weapons. In fact, you're prohibited from bringing anything that wasn't provided to you into the match. Hearing this, Yuan asked, "Is it possible for an individual to bring more than one weapon into the match?" "Yes, just write down your desired weapons in the weapon request form on the next page." Anyways, continuing with the rules, you're forbidden from using any martial techniques that are considered deadly. Wu Zhao raised his hand and asked, "What do you consider to be deadly?" "If you ask me, any martial technique can be considered deadly if used by the right person." Chairman Li replied, "Any techniques that attack indiscriminately, cannot be controlled, or always result in serious injuries are considered deadly." Everyone there turned to look at Yuan. All of his martial techniques could be considered deadly since he could easily kill someone with them. Don't worry. In order to use a martial technique in a match, you must acquire approval first so you'll know what you can and cannot use. Before the faction war begins, you may showcase any martial technique that you wish to use during the match before 3 judges. As long as you can prove that you have sufficient control over your technique and that you won't easily injure someone, you should be able to use any technique you want. However, the stronger the martial technique, the stricter the evaluation. Oh, that's good to know. Last rule. You're prohibited from consuming any performance-enhancing drugs before the match. If you're caught doing such a thing, you'll be banned from participating in another match for the rest of your life. Chairman Li spoke with a heavy tone. After the system update, there have been many incidents of players consuming performance-enhancing drugs right before their match, giving them an unfair advantage, and it has led to several accidents that resulted in the death of players. However, since their world has yet to discover a reliable method of detecting such things, many players are still abusing such methods to have a higher chance of victory despite the risks. Chapter 1464, A Reliable Method. Chapter 1464, A Reliable Method. 1464, A Reliable Method. Performance-enhancing drugs. Huh? Do you think the fiery Locust swarm would stoop that low during our match when they already significantly outnumber us? Wang Bingbing asked. I wouldn't put it past them since they are heavily connected with Fiery Queen, who loves to play dirty. Bai Lianhua shrugged. In fact, several of their members have already been caught using performance-enhancing drugs, such as pills that temporarily boost their cultivation base or strength. Suddenly, Yu Ning's voice resounded inside Yuan's head. I know of a formation that will automatically detect anyone who is under performance-enhancing effects. Oh, that does sound convenient and useful. Although I don't care if my opponents lack integrity, it would be unfair to everyone else who is abiding by the rules. Do you mind creating this formation around the island later? I don't mind. Yu Ning immediately responded. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. My body and soul already belong to you the moment you brought me out of the Shadow Realm. We're technically not out of the Shadow Realm yet. It's close enough. By the way, do you know of any formations that could prevent players from seriously injuring or killing each other during the match? I have experienced a few of them for myself. Yuan suddenly asked, recalling his experience in ancient Dragon City. The ones commonly used in tournaments and sparring matches to prevent accidental death, correct? Of course, I know how to make them. I can even make one that can restore limbs, but those require more time and a higher cultivation base than Spirit King. Okay, Yuan cleared his throat and spoke out loud the following moment. Chairman Li, regarding the issue with players using performance-enhancing drugs, I may have a reliable method to detect those under the influence. What? Unable to detain his excitement, Chairman Li stood up and slammed the desk with a shocked look on his face. Is that true? How? Do you know about arrays and formations? I know of a formation that will help us catch these cheaters. If you agree, I can create the formation around this island. If you can really do such a thing, I have no reason to refuse. These cheaters have been a pain in our but since S system update, but we don't know how to reliably detect them. Yuan nodded and said, Okay, then I will make the formation. However, I need a few favors from you. Chairman Li swallowed nervously. What is it? 1. You will keep the fact that I created the formation a secret. 2. I will activate the formation once our match with the fiery Locust swarm begins. And even if there are players cheating, I want you to let them continue the match. I will create the formation right now, if you can do these 2 things for me. You're going to allow the fiery Locust swarm to cheat? Chairman Li was dumbfounded by his bold decision. I won't be able to teach them a lesson if you remove them, after all. He showed a cold smile. Is that so? Chairman Li's entire being trembled. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Okay, we won't remove them, but how will this formation expose these cheaters? You'll find out when I activate the formation. Sometime later, Yuan closed his eyes and allowed Yu Ning to take over his body again. His cultivation base soared to the peak of Spirit King, and Yu Ning quickly started filling the room with array symbols. Wow! Wang Bingbing muttered in a dazed voice. Since only by Lianhua and Yu Ro were aware of Yu Ning's existence, nobody else in the room realized that Yuan was currently being possessed by an ancient deity and believed that he was the one in control. Several minutes later, Yu Ning covered the entire island with the formation and sat down to replenish Yuan's exhausted spiritual energy. I didn't think I would get to experience this amazing feeling again so soon. Yu Ning thought inwardly as she fully immersed herself in the moment. Once his body regained enough spiritual energy, Yu Ning returned the control to Yuan. Why, Yuan? When did you reach Spirit King? Shirlang stared at him with bulging eyes. He shook his head and said, That was just temporary. My real cultivation is still at Spirit Grandmaster. Huh? So that was a technique? No, it's not. I will explain everything later. Chairman Li then asked, So is it done? Yuan nodded. Yes, the formation is completed. I just need to activate it during the match. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't know how to repay you for this. Chairman Li lowered his head and bowed. Yuan casually waved his hand and said, I don't need any payment since I am not doing this specifically for you. In fact, I also wanted to create a formation that would prevent the players from being seriously injured or killed, but I'll have to do this later since I don't have enough time right now. What? Can you say that again? Chairman Li slowly lifted his head to look at Yuan with disbelief. Seeing the confusion in Chairman Li's eyes, Yuan proceeded to explain the formation in more detail. These formations are commonly used in Cultivation Online to prevent accidents during tournaments and friendly spars. They allow anyone within the formation to use their full power without needing to worry about accidentally killing their opponent. Seriously? How reliable is this formation? Unless the player's cultivation surpasses the creator's cultivation, it's almost impossible for anything to go wrong within the formation. It's certainly safer than whatever you're doing now. Would you like to test it out for yourself? Although Chairman Li was anxious about experiencing something unknown to him, his curiosity made it so that he couldn't refuse. Seeing Chairman Li nod his head in approval, Yuan handed his body to Yu Ning again. Since the formation would only be large enough to cover the entire room, Yu Ning didn't have to put much effort or time into it, completing the formation even faster than the last. Chapter 1465 Technique Evaluation. Chapter 1465 Technique Evaluation. 1465 Technique Evaluation. Okay, the formation is completed and activated, Yuan announced after regaining control over his body. Chairman Li and everyone else in the room started looking around, but they were unable to sense anything different in the room. So, how does this formation work? Chairman Li eventually decided to ask. In response, Yuan retrieved a sword, a real steel sword with a sharp blade. This might hurt a little, but bear with me. Cha, where are you going to? Before Chairman Li could even finish his sentence, Yuan disappeared from his position and reappeared in front of him like a ghost with the sword positioned, the tip of the blade aimed at his heart. Wait. Chairman Li's body began sweating profusely. Even though he knew that it would not kill him, he couldn't control his instincts and feared for his life. However, Yuan ignored him and shoved his arm, thrusting the sword at his heart. Chairman Li's life flashed before his eyes, and right as the sword reached his body, a layer of spiritual energy suddenly appeared around his body, shielding him from any serious harm. Yet the sword still managed to strike Chairman Li's body, sending him flying. A moment later, Chairman Li lay on the floor in a sleeping position, his limbs spread out and his face dazed. "I am still alive." He slowly reached for his chest and rubbed the area Yuan had struck him. Although it felt like he had truly been stabbed in the heart, he could not feel any wounds on his body. "Wait, my clothes." Unfortunately, his clothes did not come out unscathed and had a small slit where Yuan struck. "Sorry, but the formation only protects one's body, so your clothes can still be damaged." Chairman Li eventually stood back up with a profound expression on his face. "This formation, it will change, revolutionize faction wars. If we don't have to worry about the players accidentally killing each other, we won't have to restrict their weapons and martial techniques, allowing every player to display their true potential. This will make faction wars even more exciting and entertaining." Chairman Li clenched his fists from sheer excitement as he pondered the possibilities. "I can change the terrains and make it more risky and dangerous. I can lay natural traps and much more. I cannot wait." Chairman Li wore a wide smile on his face that looked a little sadistic. Quickly snapping out of it, he turned to look at Yuan and asked, "How long do you think ITLL take to create this formation for the arenas? Also, I want to ask you to do it for free. We will pay for it." Yuan didn't immediately respond since he had to ask Yu Ning. A moment later, he said, "Not long, a few minutes for each arena. However, they need to be recharged with spiritual energy every day. You can do so by feeding it with spirit stones. Then can you do it after I speak with the organizers? Since this will change the entire faction war scene, I will need the approval of others. Of course, I cannot imagine it being rejected. It's more of a formality." Yuan nodded. "I don't mind. Then I will contact the organizers right now. As for the papers, you just need to write down the weapons you plan on using during the match and sign it." Chairman Li left the room shortly after, leaving them alone. Yuan and the others quickly completed the second page and moved to the third page, which displayed a map of the entire arena for Siege mode. Arena 1 stretched across a vast battlefield, spanning 20 miles in both width and length. The opposing castles were positioned in the west and east, approximately 15 miles apart. The terrain was mostly flat, filled with trees and several hills. "The map is pretty simple and safe," Meifeng muttered out loud after looking at the map. "I guess they didn't want to risk putting anything that could be dangerous." Wang Bingbing said, "Things might change soon, though." Shi Lang chuckled. Chairman Li returned to the room several minutes later. "Are you guys done with the papers?" he asked them. "Yes." "Great. Then let's bring you guys to get your martial techniques evaluated." As for the organizers of the Great Battlefield, they all agreed to create the formation, but they wanted to experience it for themselves first and wanted more details about what it would protect the players from. "A meeting will be held after your match is concluded. They didn't question you where the formation will come from?" Yuan asked with a smile. "Of course they did. I simply refused to answer. They will definitely continue to pester me for your identity during the meeting, though." Yuan nodded and said, "Then I will leave the formation in this room active for now. As for my identity, I can attend the meeting in disguise if you don't mind." "That's a great idea." Chairman Li quickly agreed. Sometime later, Chairman Li brought the members of the Demon Sealing faction to a basement underneath the arena. The evaluation is typically done long before a match, but since you have only a dozen people in your faction, we decided to let you do it right before the match. In fact, those who haven't been evaluated aren't allowed to participate in any matches. Chairman Li said as they approached a large mechanical door. He continued, "For privacy reasons, you will be evaluated one at a time. After your evaluation, you may only use the approved techniques during the match. You will automatically be disqualified if you use a martial technique that wasn't approved. If you learn a new technique and wish to increase your list of approved techniques, you will need to be evaluated again for that specific technique. So, who wants to be evaluated first?" Wang Bingbing quickly raised her hand. "I will go first." She approached the door and waited for it to open, entering the spacious room behind the door that looked like an underground training facility a moment later. Chapter 1466 Technique Evaluation 2. Chapter 1466 Technique Evaluation 2. 1466 Technique Evaluation 2. Once Wang Bingbing entered the training room, the door closed behind her. The interior of the room was extremely simple and empty. Other than a metallic human-shaped dummy standing in the middle of the room, there was nothing else. Standing by the wall were 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. "Hello, can we have your name, faction, and current cultivation base?" the woman asked. "Wang Bingbing from the Demon Sealing faction, 7th level Spirit Grandmaster." The woman nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Wang. We will be the ones evaluating whether your martial techniques are safe enough for your upcoming faction war. What weapon do you use?" "A sword." One of the men pulled a wooden sword out of thin air and tossed it at her. "In order to determine whether your martial technique is safe or dangerous, we need to see its strength and control. For the first test, you may strike the dummy with full strength. The dummy can withstand a Spirit Lord attack with no problem, so you don't have to hold back," said the woman. "You may strike the dummy with your martial technique whenever you are ready." Wang Bingbing nodded and took a deep breath before unleashing one of her martial techniques. Sha! Wang Bingbing's figure suddenly became blurry for the next few seconds. At the same time, dozens of red sword marks appeared on the dummy, each mark representing a hit and the damage it sustained. "Do you mind telling us the name of that technique and its rank? Although it will be recorded, the public cannot access it if you're worried about that." "Wandering Phantom Sword Arts. It's a divine rank technique. No wonder. Each of your strikes at full strength was strong enough to kill a Spirit Grandmaster. Now, show us how much you can control its strength. I want you to imagine the dummy as a Spirit Apprentice cultivator and strike it with just enough strength to knock him out without any serious injuries." Wang Bingbing nodded and performed the technique again. This time, the sword marks on the dummy were orange in color. "Good. Now," the woman pressed a button on her remote controller, causing the dummy to start moving its limbs. "You will now spar with the dummy. Its strength has been adjusted to be as strong as that of a Spirit Grandmaster. I would like you to perform the technique on it a minute into your fight. Also, use the same amount of strength as you did just now." Sometime later, the dummy started moving and attacking Wang Bingbing. Although its movements were stiff and predictable, it moved quickly and had tremendous strength. A minute later, Wang Bingbing performed her martial technique, striking the dummy a dozen times in just a few seconds. Of her 12 strikes, 9 sword marks glowed orange and 3 green. After seeing the results, the 3 judges nodded with approved looks. The green sword marks indicated that the damage was superficial and would only leave bruises on a Spirit Apprentice. Strikes that could potentially break bones glowed orange, and life-threatening strikes glowed red. "Looks like you have sufficient control over your technique, Miss Wang. We will approve the utilization of this technique in your faction wars. You may show us if you have any more techniques you would like to use." Wang Bingbing nodded and proceeded to show off a few more martial techniques. The tests varied depending on the martial technique's properties and effects. For example, a martial technique with an explosive nature that attacks on a wide scale will have a different test than a technique that focuses on penetration. Wang Bingbing finished her evaluation after spending 10 minutes inside the room and came out with 3 martial techniques approved. I will go next, Shi Lang said. He returned 15 minutes later with 2 martial techniques approved. I don't plan on using any martial techniques for this match, so you can go, Mei Feng said to Wu Zhao. He nodded and entered the room. Wu Zhao only had a single martial technique evaluated, but due to its nature, they had to test it thoroughly. 10 dummies stood in a scattered formation before Wu Zhao, each wearing a badge around their waist. Omicron M, you may begin whenever you are ready. Wu Zhao nodded before casually swiping his fan in the dummy's direction. A powerful gust of wind, made purely of spiritual energy, swept the dummies, quickly destroying the badges around their waist while their bodies glowed green. However, only 2 of the dummies glowed green, meaning the rest weren't damaged in the slightest. Impressive control, the woman muttered in awe. Many players have tried to evaluate martial techniques that could attack on a wide scale, but almost all of them lack the control needed for approval. Wu Zhao left the room half an hour later. You're left, Yuan. Wu Zhao looked at him with a smile. Yuan nodded and approached the door, entering it. When the judges saw Yuan, they subconsciously swallowed nervously. It's really player Yuan. Despite his fame, not much is known about his combat prowess or abilities, but that will change starting today, they thought inwardly. While the 10 great families were aware of Yuan's prowess through experience, they valued such information and did not spread it unnecessarily, so the majority of the world remained oblivious to his capabilities. Welcome, player Yuan. What is your current cultivation? The woman asked. 9th level Spirit Grandmaster, he calmly said. He's only a Spirit Grandmaster? The judges were inwardly surprised, as they had expected him to be at least a Spirit Lord. What weapon will you be wielding? I will be using 3 weapons. The sword, dagger, and zither. Huh? 3 weapons? And a zither, too? The judges were certainly surprised by his response. Among the millions of players around the world that have participated in faction wars, less than 100 players picked the zither as their weapon of choice. So one could imagine the judges' surprise to learn that the most popular player will also use the zither. Chapter 1467, Entering the Battlefield. Chapter 1467, Entering the Battlefield. 1467, Entering the Battlefield. Outside the evaluation room, Wu Zhao asked the others, how did your evaluations go? How? It was much simpler than ID anticipated. As for whether it's reliable or not, I don't know. Wang Bingbing shrugged. I cannot imagine it being that effective. Anyone can easily purposefully act weaker than they are in reality to get their techniques approved. Chairman Li smiled bitterly and said, honestly, it's really hard to accurately gauge a person's strength and determine whether it's truly safe or not for them to use any technique. Our technology is simply lacking for this subject due to how new cultivation is in our world, so it's mostly up to our judge's judgment. However, give it a few more years, and we should have enough experience and information about cultivation to accurately gauge a cultivator's strength. With that being said, once the formation is completed, we will no longer need to evaluate people to determine whether they can use a martial technique or not. An hour later, the door opened, and Yuan casually walked out of the room. How did it go? Did you get any techniques approved? Shi Lang asked him. He nodded yes. How many techniques did you get approved? That's a secret, he said with a smile. Chairman Li looked inside the room and saw the judges' weird expressions, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Why did they look disappointed? He wondered inwardly. He decided to ask them later and said, the faction war between Demon Sealing Faction and Fiery Locust Swarm will begin shortly. Let's get the participants prepared. Okay. While Chairman Li led them to the dressing room to get changed, the 3 judges muttered to each other. That was it. He's a lot weaker than the rumors, right? None of his techniques were that powerful. I was expecting something amazing since he dared to challenge the fiery Locust swarm with a dozen members. Wait a minute. Is that it? We've only evaluated 4 people. What about the rest? Either they don't plan on using any martial techniques, or they won't be participating. Surely, it's the former, right? Meanwhile, the fiery Locust swarm was already prepared for the faction war and began gathering on the battlefield. It's the fiery Locust swarm. Please teach those arrogant bastards from the Demon Sealing faction a thing or two. I have bet all of my savings on your victory today. Don't disappoint me. The crowd went crazy the moment the fiery Locust swarm started appearing. The audience area had enough space to accommodate 10 million spectators, and every single seat was filled. Not to mention the tens of millions of individuals sitting in anticipation before their television. Yuan and the others had just finished changing into their uniforms, which were plain white and devoid of any design, unlike the fiery Locust swarms, which sported red and black colors and an emblem. Since you guys don't have your own uniform, this will have to suffice. Chairman Li said to them, "We need to design our own uniform." Yuan muttered. "We can think of something later," said Meifeng. "Here, everyone besides the ruler will be wearing this green badge. The ruler will be wearing a golden badge." Chairman Li showed them a basket of badges. Everyone besides Meifeng took the green badge and wore it around their waist. "Also, here are the weapons you requested." Everyone picked their weapon. "You're going to use 3 weapons?" Lianhua looked at Yuan with wide eyes. "A zither?" Xiaojingyi glared at the zither with a dumbfounded look on her face. "You may enter the arena now if you want to familiarize yourself with the field and start preparing for the match, but you are forbidden from crossing the red line before the match begins, or you will automatically be disqualified." Like the fiery Locust swarm, Yuan and the others decided to enter the field early. "Good luck, brother Yuan. Give him a good beating." Yu cheered. "Show the world your prowess, Yuan." Lianhua smiled. "Good luck," Xiaojingyi said in a bashful manner. The Demon Sealing faction entered the battlefield. "Look, it's the Demon Sealing squad." "You mean the Demon Sealing faction? Huh? Wait a minute. Why are there only 5 of them? I thought they had a dozen members." "Haha. Did more than half of them oversleep? Perhaps they all quit after learning that they had to fight 40,000 players with just a few of them. If a faction's member count dips below 10 for over 30 days, they are required to disband, correct? Is the Demon Sealing faction already ending before it could even begin? I don't understand their method of managing the faction. It had so much potential, but they didn't seize their chances for whatever reason. They probably thought nobody was worthy enough to join their elite ranks. Hence why they have only accepted 2 members since their founding." Countless people in the audience started mocking the Demon Sealing faction when they appeared. It was a spectacle that wasn't unexpected, but still surprising, especially given how popular Yuan was. "Young master, you should know I had invested much in our victory," Meifeng suddenly said. "Huh? Invested? How?" "You know how people in horse races bet on the winning horse? Well, I am betting on our victory. Due to how many people are betting against us, we'll easily make a fortune if we win." Meifeng spoke with a calm smile on her face. "And what if we lose?" Yuan chuckled. "Then I'll lose all of my money. Surely, you won't let me suffer such a fate, right?" Meifeng glared at him. Yuan merely smiled in silence. He turned to gaze at the sky, where a timer was ticking down to the start of the match. 12:20, 12:19, 12:18. He then used his divine sense to examine the fiery Locust swarm located on the opposite side of the battlefield. 41,982 of them. Huh, he muttered with a calm smile, unfazed by their overwhelming number, which vastly outnumbered his team by 10,000 to 1. Chapter 1468 Outnumbered 10,000 to 1. Chapter 1468 Outnumbered 10,000 to 1. 1468 Outnumbered 10,000 to 1 inch. The enemy has exactly 41,982 players. 41,983 if you count their ruler. This means they outnumber us 10,000 to 1, Yuan said to the others. Nearly 42,000, huh? This is going to be rough even for us. Shilang wiped the invisible sweat off his forehead. Is this really doable? Wang Bingbing looked at Yuan, who wore a confident smile on his face. I doubt he arranged this match just so we could lose our debut match. Wu Zhao said. So what's the plan? Yuan then said, it's quite simple. We will wait for our opponents to move first and respond accordingly. As mentioned before, they will most likely toy with us a little instead of trying to crush us as fast as possible. I will stay back here to protect our ruler while the rest of you will confront the opponent. Huh? You're going to stay back while we fight them? Shilang looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded with a calm smile. This is also training. You need to experience what it feels like to be overwhelmed by the enemy in numbers. Don't worry, it's not like I won't do anything. I will support you guys from the rear with buffs and whatnot. In a seated position, Yuan suddenly hovered in the air and placed the zither on his lap, giving the appearance of a god looking down on everyone there. Even though we're also spirit grandmasters, we cannot stay in the air for as long as you. Is there a trick to flying or something? Wang Bingbing suddenly asked him. They could only hover in the air for, at most, a few minutes before running out of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this world is too weak to support your flight, so you must use more of your own energy to sustain your flight. The only way to fix it would be to increase your own spiritual energy, he said. That sounds easier said than done. It sucks being able to fly without problem but not in this world. Wang Bingbing sighed. You'll eventually get there. Eventually, the countdown in the sky reached 0. Welcome to Arena 1, guests from around the world. I, Yin Xiao, will be your speaker for this match. The audience went into an uproar after hearing and recognizing this sweet voice to be a famous celebrity, a renowned singer. Fairy Yin, I thought she was a singer. Why is she suddenly working as a speaker? The organizers must specifically hired her for this special occasion. Suddenly, a beautiful young lady appeared above the arena through projection, and on her face was a sweet smile that could charm even heaven itself. Yin Xiao continued speaking. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to be here today. As a big fan of player Yuan, when I heard that his faction was making its debut, I immediately requested to be the speaker for their match, and I am very grateful to have received this role. Now, for this match, we have the challenger, the Demon Ceiling faction, and the fiery Locust swarm, who accepted the challenge. The match terms are as follows. There is no player limit, no cultivation limit, and martial techniques are allowed. The match rules are as follows. Killing and crippling another player is strictly prohibited. Any performance-enhancing drugs are prohibited. The players may only use the weapons provided to them. Those who break any of these rules will immediately be removed from the match and penalized accordingly. The match will end when either ruler is eliminated or the time runs out. Now, let's give the participating factions a brief introduction. We have the fiery Locust Swarm, who is currently ranked 86th in the world. Led by Subwachin, they have almost 42,000 members with 350 Spirit Masters, 9 Spirit Grandmasters, and 1 Spirit Lord. They currently have a record of 13 victories and 3 defeats. Their challenger, the Demon Ceiling faction, needs no introduction, but they are currently unranked with 0 matches in their record, making this their debut. They currently boast a team of 12 members, all under the leadership of none other than the renowned player Yuan, the undisputed #1 player in Cultivation Online. Now I know what most of you are thinking. Why would the Demon Ceiling faction challenge the fiery Locust Swarm with just 12 members? Why are there only 5 of these 12 members currently on the field? Are they confident in winning this seemingly impossible-to-win match? Honestly, I don't have the slightest clue, but hopefully we will get an answer soon. Okay, enough yapping for me. Let's get this match started. Another countdown appeared, residing beside Yin Xiao's projection. 0, 10, 0, 09. 008. Omicron in the audience also started counting down, causing the entire arena to tremble with their enthusiastic voice. 3, 2, 1. Let the match begin. A loud noise that indicated the start of the match buzzed throughout the arena, and the red line on the ground turned green. The match had begun, but nobody from the Demon's Ceiling faction moved. Meanwhile, only 100 players from Fiery Locust Swarm advanced toward the Demon's Ceiling faction's castle. It looks like the Fiery Locust Swarm does not plan on ending this faction immediately. Yin Xiao commented as live streaming of the battlefield was displayed in the air for the spectators to see more clearly. Of course, none of the players on the battlefield were able to hear Yin Xiao's commentary or see the live streamings, as the battlefield was covered by an invisible formation that blocked off sound and video projections. This formation had required over 100 array masters and several weeks of effort to build despite it being a mere level 1 formation. However, before the Fiery Locust Swarm's players could really go anywhere, a weird phenomenon occurred on the battlefield, halting their movements. Formation activate, Yuan muttered, activating the formation that revealed cheaters shortly after the match began. Now you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.